or the Ministry of Public Affairs, there's a lot of nonsense. I don't know why can't they have a coordinated body which puts up the policy which everybody signs up to. These things come out of left field, right field, and they hit you all the time, and you never know what the real policy is.
So the Silicon Valley, something new happens, and people are talking about new companies that are being founded in this area or that area, and being in the Silicon Valley and working amongst these companies, one thing I come to notice is the startups that come in and get funded and get nurtured, and the transition from the time when these technologies are tested and marketed to the time when they reach market strategy evolving 2-3 years down the road. And I was in Hyderabad recently at the inauguration of T-Hub, and there was a entrepreneur who actually hasn't even graduated from IIIT, but says that he has a startup that is in virtual reality with machine learning, and it is in the software-defined networking space. So I mean, so it's like a blend. Everybody is talking about everything, but there is a need for a framework of education, a significant need for that, which is missing. So I was just wondering if any of you panelists would care to comment about that.
You are right, Mr. Reddy. The unfortunate part, and I think this applies to many of us who may have been educated in India, the unfortunate part of India is that we are taught to be a conformist. As you grow up, I mean, for example, if I take my example, when I was a kid, I was competing with my peer. My parents were telling me, hey, you need to get into the best engineering college. I made it to IIT. I was then competing with my batchmates to somehow get into IIM. After I got into IIM, I was competing with them to actually, again, get into the best banking job if I could. So all along, you were never taught to be a maverick. Unless that fundamental change is brought about in the Indian mindset, and it's not just the Indian education system, but the parents of today's generation will have to change. The youth, which is, I mean, the so-called millennials, when they kind of have their kids 5 years down the line, they are the ones who need to kind of inculcate the feeling of being, or the desire of trying out the untested path, which will bring about the change in the country. And it's going to happen. It's already, we can see the results happening. People who've gotten educated in India in the last 2 decades, who've come to the US, gotten exposed, gone back and did maverick stuff, they produce great results. So I think it's just a matter of time. And in the next 10 odd years, India will produce some great mavericks.
Do you foresee any need for a framework for something that encourages this?
I see some interesting examples that I would want to talk about. For example, if you look at the city or the state of Kerala, they've actually come up with a very innovative and different policy around VC funds or mega incubators, but essentially going down the value chain to, I mean, starting with engineering colleges, going down further into 12th grade students, going down further into primary education, and bringing about a change in the mindset, making people think more creatively. Once you do that, I think the future generation that gets produced is going to be thinking more out of the box versus what our generation has thought. And I mean, to me, I think that's a big leapfrog which is happening out there in the state of Kerala, which, mind you, has been traditionally the most anti-capitalism. So big change.
Fantastic. I got 2 VCs here. Kanwal, do you want to say something before I have 2 VCs here, and 2 gentlemen who are representing important governmental frameworks that actually work with the industry. So in the recent past, we have seen a lot of initiatives with the new government in pulling together and trying to understand how technology and entrepreneurship can lead to a new economy. In fact, the Prime Minister recently talked about a $20 trillion economy. And looks to me like there is a lot of thought process in the pipe. What I wanted to ask is, first of all, if there's any company or any technology that stands out as a channel or a pipe for this to come about, if any of the two of you gentlemen actually are looking at investing or invested in any companies of that order. And secondly, if you see that these are global disruptions, so how does India play in this kind of a new economy?
I am not much of a believer in choosing any technology, any market, as a government policy. India is a very underdeveloped country. And if you look at the Indian per capita income of roughly about $1,000 per person, and compare that to U.S. per capita income of maybe $55,000 per person, it's not that Indians don't work hard or are not smart workers. They don't consume much technology in India. There's very little use of technology in a day-to-day life in India. And to improve the productivity of India and the Indians, you need to let the market forces work. Look at the policy with respect to retail. We can have single brand retail but not multi-brand retail. Why does that make sense? Why does that make sense? Why that policy made sense for India? We have policy like that left and right. You can put 27% investment here and 29% investment there. I think we need to let these things happen, open it up, let the entrepreneurs take over, let the venture capitalists and investors invest the money, and let the marketplace decide what's best for India and Indians, rather than this nonsense policy coming from left field and right field all the time. And India needs to become very focused on job creation, wealth creation, and that's going to happen through the entrepreneurship and investments, not through the government policy.
I have a slightly different view on that, more so because we see ourselves also as a developmental focused investor rather than just being a pure play capitalist. We believe that the developmental capital needs to catalyze the private capital in sectors wherein the private capital automatically is not flowing in. And therefore, our attempt really has been to create structure and mechanism to make that flow of capital happen in sectors which were otherwise kind of looked down upon or not seen as commercially viable. And what we've seen is in sectors like energy, sectors like healthcare, sectors like affordable technologies, there are some very interesting solutions which are getting created in India, which are actually relevant all over the world. To name a couple of interesting companies that have come out of Indian entrepreneurs, an example is a company called Gibbs, which is a geothermal cooling focused company. If you look at geothermal heating is quite common out here in US, good parts of Europe, but geothermal cooling has been a rather ignored sector because it's not really relevant for good part of the developed world. These entrepreneurs out there in India are actually, they've created solution which I believe has the potential of going and bringing about enormous reduction in energy requirement for geothermal air conditioning. In the tropical context, in the Middle East, they're already beginning to have a major impact in parts of Africa that they are going to now target. Another very interesting example is a company called Grey Orange Robotics, which, of course, I mean, everyone knows about the e-commerce boom that's out there in the country. But how do you actually automate the packaging of the e-commerce packets that go out? So these guys have created a very, very interesting robotics-based solution, which, of course, I mean, has raised enormous amount of capital now from marquee investors, including Tiger Global. But now they are actually beginning to use that technology and cater to the Chinese market as well. So these kind of Indian solutions are being created, which are now going out and impacting the world. And I mean, other top example is this company called InMobi, which has, started from India, more focused on India to begin with.
That's fantastic. Mr. Manpreet Anand mentioned U.S.-India cross-border initiative, and of course, it's an ongoing process, but I think a lot of new thoughts went into recent times. And I just wanted to ask if there is any adoption of private-public enterprise in the model of thinking and engaging policy between both the countries?
No, absolutely. And I think one of the great advantages of the bilateral relationship between the United States and India is that as encouraging as our government-to-government relationship has been throughout the years, and especially in recent years, it's actually been the business-to-business ties and the people-to-people ties that have bound our two countries together even more strongly. And nothing is more emblematic than that, than even this weekend's events, with the diaspora being so engaged in understanding what are the social goals that we're trying to collectively achieve, what are the commercial aspirations that we have between our two countries. And so thinking through what we can do in concert between the public and private sectors is very much on our minds. If I could perhaps just link that back to the conversation that has just been ongoing, which is that in order to try to take advantage of this huge youth demographic that India has, you mentioned millions of jobs needing to be created every month. These are huge opportunities and challenges, right? But if you have such a strong, well-educated workforce, making sure that there are employment opportunities for that workforce so that that workforce can be put to good productive use will be paramount for India's success and development. And so what do you need to do, whether it's from a government perspective or from an enterprise perspective, from an investor perspective, to try to create the enabling environment such that those jobs can flourish? And that's why I had earlier talked about focusing in on these barriers to scaling, because you can have fantastic business models and innovations and entrepreneurs, but if they're stymied because there's not enough financial capital there for them to grow their business, or because they can't access the technical expertise that they need to be able to run the right operation, or because they're hindered by over-regulated markets or an inability to work through all of the policy hurdles that might be apparent in the sector that they're working in, then that business doesn't have a chance. And so having a very targeted approach around these barriers to scale and how to eliminate or reduce those barriers, I think is certainly a role that government and other actors have to play.
Great. I hope all the policymakers in the audience have heard that. Thank you. I have just about a minute and a half for each of the speakers, panelists this evening, to do closing.
Okay, so in the U.S., if you look at the job creation since 1980, 70% of all the jobs have been created by the companies which were not there in 1980. These are the startups which happened in 1980 and beyond. And the companies which were in the Fortune 500, in the big companies, General Motors, Ford, IBM, you wrote on the list, they all have fewer employees now than they had in 1980. So job creation is done by the entrepreneurs and startups, not by the large corporations at all. And on the ongoing basis, that 70% number by and large holds in the US anyway. So if India was to focus on job creation, then the policy has to encourage the formation of new startups and make it easy for them to get the funding and all that. And the policy has been the other way. Most of the policy framework favors large companies. Policies are made to protect their positions. We need to focus on the entrepreneurs. If the 2% of the Indian population was to become entrepreneurial and start to succeed, in India, and on average, if they were to, that's about 25 million people, and on the average, if they were to hire 20 people each, there's no job, there would be no job problem in India. So policy framework has to be, how do we create more entrepreneurs, how do we create more jobs, and not worry about, this industry or that industry. Entrepreneurs will find their way everywhere. They will find an opening in the marketplace, and they will, fill that opening.
I completely second that view. In fact, I think IT science and technology has a very important role, especially in a country like India, where social development, I think, would be the way forward for a lot of new entrepreneurs to come up. Social impact technologies, social impact innovations, ideas which can benefit the base of the pyramid population, which incidentally happens to be the biggest market. I think that is where the potential lies. So developing technologies, ideas, innovations, service models, which can benefit the base of the pyramid population across sectors like health, maternal child health, across sectors like basic education, sectors like clean energy, agriculture, food security, water, sanitation. I think these are the sectors where a lot of potential lies, even from the entrepreneurs, and a lot of innovation is required as we speak. But I think as we are all aware that a lot of innovation, a lot of R&D is happening in this area, knowing the fact that this has perhaps the maximum potential of growth in times to come in our country.
Please go ahead.
So I'll just close by saying that, I think we're very positive about the economic and commercial relationship between our two countries. I mean, but we realize that the bilateral trade and investment really hasn't reached its full potential. India's GDP should probably reach around 7.4% this year, which is still short of the estimated 9% that's needed to absorb the millions that are entering the workforce. And some U.S. businesses continue to express concern around issues like local content requirements, tax uncertainty, the regulatory burden. Having said all of that, even Secretary Kerry has noted that our economic connections support hundreds of thousands of jobs in each of our countries. And so both of our governments and the vibrant citizenry that we represent are working hard to bridge these remaining gaps that we have. And we've laid out ambitious goals. President Obama and Prime Minister Modi laid forth an ambitious plan to boost trade to $500 billion a year. And so we're trying to work together and do business across every area to try to reach that goal. And we think 2016 will be an important year as we look to increase that trade. And all of that will bode well for spurring innovation and entrepreneurship, because we know the caliber of people in both our countries along those lines. And I think at the end of the day, that's what gives me hope and optimism, is that the entrepreneurial spirit that is exhibited here in California is equally matched in India. And it's our job as investors, as government officials, as social entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs at large, to try to make those ambitious goals a reality. And I think we're all working towards those goals. Thank you.
My closing comments are not really comments, but more of requests to all of you. Very often when I'm talking to you guys separately, your confidence level on India varies anywhere between cautious optimism to pessimism. I urge you guys to really try to engage with India. Things are not as bad as it may seem, or things may not be as good as some of you guys believe they are, but come to India, engage with India. If you guys don't contribute to changing the India, no one else will. It's very, very important that you guys come and try to solve some of the problems that the country is today grappling with, rather than necessarily passing judgments that things are very hard in India or business is hard to do in India. Once you come there, you will see that be it the government, be it the academia, be it the corporate, everyone is ready to help pave the way for you to get the success. But for that, you'll have to really come in and engage with the people out there and make the change happen. Thank you.
So I have to say that in the last 2-3 years, as I've visited India on different occasions, the energy and the entrepreneurship, the spirit of entrepreneurship are so vibrant. So I absolutely agree with you, Kunal, on that. And so guarded optimism is what folks with experience and wisdom bring. Energy and enthusiasm is what aspiring entrepreneurs bring. And we have many people, like we have Raj Jaswa sitting over here, who actually now retired served as the president of TAI. Now he goes and teaches at IIM and IIT Gandhinagar. People like that are still here, and Kanwal Rekhi travels on his own dollar and of course preaches entrepreneurship. I say preaches because he is like the best ambassador for entrepreneurship, technology entrepreneurship, in India right now. So he's been traveling all of last 10 days and he's now headed out to go and talk. Okay, so that's, on closing, I say thank you very much for this eminent panel, and thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much, moderator Mr. Ram Reddy and panelists. Now we get to talk about business opportunities in India. Is everybody excited? We have the Honorable Ambassador, Consulate General to San Francisco, Venkatasan Ashok. He will be the chair. And we have, from the state government, we have representatives from 5 states here today. Ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles, let's give a warm welcome to the 5 states from India. We have Mr. Jupali Krishna Rao, Minister of Industries, Sugar and Handloom, Government of Telangana, the newest state of India. Mr. IYR Krishna Rao, Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Uday Pratap Singh, Principal Secretary, Industries, Government of Jharkhand. Ms. Rani George, Commissioner, Norca, Government of Kerala. Mr. Vineet Garg, MD, HCSIIDC, Government of Haryana. And Mr. Prakash Agarwal, ICOA Corp., setting up electronics plants in India.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arun Kumar, Assistant Secretary, U.S. Commerce Department. Thank you very much. I now see a very full panel here, and you have just heard the names of the people. I think I would like to engage this panel by starting off with assessing how the United States views the way to do business with India, and then after that, I would like to move on to the opportunities that are available in the different states of India towards doing business and the kinds of incentives and new ideas which they are bringing forward in order to encourage investment into their respective states. And I was initially intending, when I had Mr. Prakash Agarwal, he is here, good. I would like to engage him in asking him about the practical experiences he has had in setting up the plant in India, what kind of problems he faced, what kinds of hurdles he had to overcome and surmount. Perhaps we can begin, because we are talking about business opportunities in India. Mr. Arun Kumar, who is the Assistant Secretary in the U.S. Commerce Department, could I begin with you by asking you, how exactly does the United States see the opportunities of doing business in India?
Yeah, delighted to be here. And I think this conference really represents two of the very big elements of the US-India partnership. One is the very vibrant Indian diaspora come from, whether it's technology, medicine, business, all of which have tremendous potential in advancing the US-India relationship. So to your very specific question of how do we see the relationship, I think the relationship is very much on the rise. I think my colleague Manpreet had talked about the economic dialogue. This year we started the strategic and commercial dialogue. The first session was held in Washington in September. And this is quite a big event in the sense that India is the second country with which the United States is engaging in bilateral dialogue with two principals on each side. In our case, Secretary of State John Kerry and Secretary of Commerce Penny Pritzker discussing with and dialoguing with their counterparts. This dialogue, in fact, set a framework for cooperation. And on the commercial side, there were 4 areas of focus that were developed. One was in the area of ease of doing business, which is really important for US and for global and Indian companies. The second was in infrastructure, very key to India's development and a source of potential opportunity for US companies, including some here in Los Angeles. The third was on standards, because as we think of Make in India, it's really important that there's a convergence towards international standards. And the fourth was innovation, Manpreet had referred to. So I would say we're looking forward to a very vigorous advancement of the relationship. We have very big goals. The President and the Prime Minister have set a goal of $500 billion in annual trade. Today, it's about $100 billion. And just to give you a sense of perspective, I was in Switzerland just 2 days ago, and the US-Switzerland bilateral trade is $100 billion. That's with a country of 8 million people. So you can imagine the potential for the US-India commercial relationship. It ought to be much north of 500 billion. So I think there's a tremendous amount of upside. Clearly, there's a lot more to be done. But we're looking forward to working very hard mutually to raise the level of our commercial relationship.
Thank you very much. I am sure that you are all keen to see what the opportunities for business are in India. And I understand, Mr. Minister, that we have with us Minister Jupali Krishna Rao, who is the Minister for Industries, Sugar and Handlooms of the Government of Telangana. I understand, Mr. Minister, that you want a film to be screened.
Being ours is a new state, let me say a few words about our state, yes, because new state then...
Sure.
Good afternoon, friends. I am very glad to be able to take part in the 9th session of Regional Pravasi Bhartiya Divas meeting on behalf of the youngest state of the Union of India, the state of Telangana, at this captivating city of Los Angeles, USA. It must have been a very hectic 2 days for all of you meeting and exchanging pleasantries with the prospective partners, friends, and fellow members of the community. I hope you had a very productive time. I am indeed conscious of the state of mind in a post-lunch session on the final day of an event. Hence, I will keep my speech very brief and have preferred to talk instead of a presentation. This occasion is aimed at meaningful interface with the Indian diaspora for securing renewal of their connectivity with their ancestral motherland on the one hand, and to evaluate their expectations from the land of their origin, and to grab an opportunity to reciprocate their precious sentiments. As you all know, the year 2014 has a special place of significance in the modern Indian history for at least two reasons. First, all Indians were greeted with the good fortune of getting a unique and a very rare personality, Sri Narendra Modi ji, as the custodian of their future in his distinctive role as the Prime Minister. Second, at the regional level, the 29th child of Mother India was born, christened as the state of Telangana, whose arrival was of time. The highly spirited populace of the infant Telangana state mandated Sri K. Chandrasekhar Rao ji to be their guardian to translate the hopes, aspirations and dreams of the community into substantial and tangible reality. The reformative and visionary spirit of Sri KCR has solemnly vowed to build the newborn entity into the golden Telangana by all and every means. For this, securing an extraordinary economic growth rate of the state through accelerated generation of employment and wealth has assumed the slot of key priority. May I state before this August gathering that the clarion call given by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to make in India is appropriately supplemented by the industrial policy initiatives of the Telangana state, wherein our voice is echoed by the words, make in India, make for the world, welcome to Telangana. The abundant natural resources, huge versatile skilled manpower, very large land bank, assured power supply, round the clock, favorable seismological conditions, extensive road, rail and air connectivity, graft-free regime of public administration, solid political stability, strongest ever will of the government in support and promote industry, trade and business are some of the highlights that creates both for an entrepreneur and also for the government of the people of Telangana a win-win situation. We are determined to make the newly formed Telangana into a golden Telangana by unveiling a number of initiatives. We have drawn up plans to provide world-class infrastructure in Hyderabad to supplement facilities like the international airport, outer ring road and metro. We are developing a pharma city, a movie city, medical device park and an information technology investment region. We have unveiled a new industrial policy called TS iPass, like what you see in USA Easy Pass, without any hassles, which is second to none in the world. All that a prospective entrepreneur has to do is to apply online and get all clearances at one go. He or she need not knock at different doors for approvals, permits, because this is the first of its kind. I can say none in the second in the world. Normally for any entrepreneur, any investor, they used to take months, years together for getting the clearance and permissions. For any entrepreneur, any industrialist, the basic ingredients like land, water, power, incentives, over and above all this, getting the permissions is a cumbersome process. For this to come out this major issue, we have enacted a law like right to freedom. We have brought out a policy, TS iPass, right to investor. On dot 15th day, we are getting all the clearances and permissions. Even if it gets delayed by one day also, we made it mandatory, it is deemed to have been given. We have enacted a law to that extent. We are also making, fortunately, because of the new enactment of law by the Government of India as far as the land acquisition is concerned, which normally takes a long period. Fortunately, the state is, Telangana state is bestowed with a lot of government land is available. So on 16th day, from the date of common application, one can start up their work without any hassles. We welcome them right from airport on red carpet with no red tapeism. So this is the right time for any investor to make use of the situation. I need not underline that the first movers will always have great advantage. I invite you to grab this timely opportunity now and join us in scripting the extraordinary growth story of Telangana and India. I thank you for this wonderful opportunity, and let me conclude my speech and also with a small audio video clipping for just 4 or 5 minutes. I request let it be displayed.
Can we please have the
Thank you.
video presentation?
All over the world, when it comes to opportunities across sectors, there's one name on India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, a superpower in the making. And from this India story, another new story is emerging. Welcome to Telangana, India's newest state and the gateway to Asia. At the heart of Telangana beats its vibrant capital, Hyderabad, known as the City of Pearls. Hyderabad is the 5th largest metropolitan in India. This 400-year-old city sees the traditional and modern coexist in perfect harmony and offers its patrons experiences worth treasuring. In fact, Mercer's Quality of Living Report 2015 has ranked Hyderabad among the best livable cities globally. It is also on National Geographic's must-visit city list. Hyderabad is the preferred destination for locals, tourists and industries alike, thanks to its moderate temperatures all year round. What also makes it a favorite choice is the fact that it is a non-cyclonic and non-seismic zone. Another feather in Hyderabad's cap is its metro rail project. The project, even before completion, has been lauded as one of the most future-forward projects in the world. It has also been setting many firsts in India. Its burgeoning economy, mainly in the fields of IT, finance, pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, and aerospace, is ably supported by well-connected air routes and future-centric city infrastructure. Little wonder that it is called the new economy hub in India. Telangana, with an urban population of 42%, is one of the world's most investment-friendly destinations. A revenue surplus state, it has everything the world needs to set up the next-gen, state-of-the-art industries. Its proactive government, minimum inspection, maximum facilitation policy, easy self-certification approval process, and 24/7 power supply gives companies all the confidence they need to make Telangana their dream business hub.
I want to applaud his team's demonstrated capacity. I was witnessing the presentation and how comprehensively this whole policy has been created. I pledge 8,000 crores of investment in your state on the strength of the vision that you and your team have displayed. We will deliver to you a world-class food processing industry that will be the pride of Telangana.
Today, the 14 Japanese companies are operating in Hyderabad. They will bring another new investment.
We appreciate the new policies that have been introduced today, and we're certain that they will make it much easier for Canadian companies to set operations up in the state.
French companies are here. Of course, the French government is very keen to see the development of cooperation, economic cooperation between Telangana and France. And of course, the launch of this policy will certainly help to this development.
In fact, Telangana's industrial policy explicitly highlights guidelines for easy setup of industries, from timely clearances and a single window service to a fair and transparent approval process. For the first lot, project approvals were given within 12 days.
I have personally experienced the agility and the responsiveness of the state administration to enhance the ease of doing business. With the support that we have seen in the last 6 months, we feel very enthused and we are planning to aggressively grow our presence in the state of Telangana very soon.
Telangana's 3 industrial corridors have in place modern infrastructure, 148 ready-to-occupy industrial parks, 27 SEZs, and a pre-approved land bank of 150,000 acres. A number of national and international companies are already running successfully across varied sectors. Telangana is known as the IT hub of India, and the state's IT prowess has not gone unnoticed by India and the world.
We are here to aid him so that we may all become parts of what will one day be known as the golden age of Telangana.
Congratulations for this initiative. I think with these initiatives, this will be the best destination in this country to come and do business.
The state is also home to the defense industry, textile industry, auto manufacturing industry, healthcare industry, and the power industry. To help supply a steady stream of industry-ready manpower, Telangana built some of the world's best educational institutions. Come, let your ambition take flight at Telangana. Invest in Telangana and let's grow together. Welcome to Telangana. Welcome to Hyderabad.
Hello. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Your speech as well as the movie which you... very exciting areas in which investment has been invited on by your state. As you are all aware, there is competitive federalism on in India, and there is a great deal of jostling to and fro between the states to see how they can get ahead in terms of attracting business. And the first step in this is the attempt to ease the process of doing business. And I think many of you are aware that in the World Bank had in fact made this system, and we had now interested them in trying to do it not just for the whole country, but for distinct states, individual states of India. And that process has been done, and the results are quite startling in terms of the ease of doing business in different states in India. In the spirit of competitive federalism, I think it would be the best for me to invite the Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh to tell us something about how they propose to accelerate business opportunities.
I request Mr. Krishna Kishore, CEO of the Economic Development Board, Andhra Pradesh, to join with me. Good evening to everyone. Yeah, when one has a plethora of opportunities, why in particular to invest in India? and more so in Andhra Pradesh. June 2nd, 2014, the United States of Andhra Pradesh seriously started looking into what best needs to be done to attract investments. And one area which we thought we need to focus is ease of doing business. Among the states, for ease of doing business. 1 year after the bifurcation, Government of India ranked the states in terms of ease of doing business. And Andhra Pradesh stood second in the whole of India, and not just below Gujarat. And next year, our goal is we want to be a distinct first, and we will be, because we are looking into all those aspects which are going to really make business to do its business in a very friendly manner in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have a very visionary leadership who drives and is known as the CEO of the state, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, and a dedicated bureaucracy which makes things happen. And our priorities in terms of investment are port-led industry, manufacturing, IT, and infrastructure. These are the areas of focus as concerned. We have certain very good locational advantages in terms of a 1,000-kilometer long coastline with very good draft, and a lot of ports are being planned on this coastline. In fact, the additional advantage for this new state is, in terms of the 3 big metropolitan cities of the southern India, located. From Bangalore airport, you reach and Anantapur area, which are within Andhra Pradesh, earlier than you reach central Bangalore. Similarly, from Hyderabad, within 2 hours, you can reach Kurnool. And Nellore and Chittoor are the hinterland for Chennai. So if somebody is planning something, having those metropolities in mind, Andhra would be an attractive proposition for investment. And of course, certain immediate things that are being planned where people can really invest. We're planning a big signature towers, IT towers at Vizag, convention centers at Vizag, Vijayawada and Tirupati, as well as a virgin new city, Amravati, which has already got an international recognition. And this city is being planned as a well-planned modern metropolis. With these few general observations, I leave it to Mr. Krishna Kishore. On the lines of the Economic Development Board of Singapore, we are in the process of establishing this in Andhra Pradesh, and Krishna Kishore is going to be the CEO for this organization. I request him to make a more detailed presentation on the opportunities in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Venkateshan Ashok, Consul General of India in San Francisco, distinguished senior officers, distinguished Minister from Telangana, distinguished Chief Secretary from Telangana, senior officers from Kerala, Jharkhand, and Haryana, my colleagues from Andhra Pradesh, distinguished business delegates, and my dear friends. You would have noticed two gentlemen on the stage, one from Andhra and Telangana. One thing common in between them, both are Krishnas. So whether it's Telangana or Andhra, Krishna is everywhere. So we are divided as a state, but united in spirit. Exciting times are ahead for India as a whole. In fact, some time back, I was asked to give a keynote address on emerging trends in global business by the Nagarjuna University. And one thing, I did a lot of research on that. And there are several economists across the globe, including many from US, who agree that India is going to be the #1 GDP country in the world by 2040. We are in for exciting times. Nobody can stop us as a country. We are growing at 6%, 7%. Rest of the world is growing at 2%, 3%. I'm talking of the developed and developing economies. So by sheer cumulative factor, we'll overtake many other countries. And by 2040 to 50 in between, we'll be the biggest GDP in the whole world. Andhra Pradesh is blessed. Andhra Pradesh is blessed more than everything else with a coastline of 974 kilometers. This again is an important factor when I was researching on emerging trends in global business. Everyone agrees that the future belongs to those countries and those states which have a coastline. Because for the simple reason, logistics. You save a lot of time in terms of lot of money and time when you have a good coastline. So that is going to be a clinching factor for Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh is first already in marine products in India, including fisheries, prawn culture, etc. It's #1 in production of mango, eggs, tomato, chilies, papaya, lime. There are 3 major industrial corridors planned. I'll come to it. There are 278 industrial estates and 29 operational SEZs. Make in India, this is a wonderful dream of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. We have taken a few sectors from there which we are going to focus in Andhra Pradesh, namely automobiles, automobile components, aviation, defense manufacturing, IT, and BPM, that is business process management, electronic systems, food processing, leather, biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, oil and gas, mining, textiles and garments. A lot of work is going on all these sectors in Andhra Pradesh. AP seeks to develop in a few key areas. 1, physical infrastructure. 2, skill base. 3, ease of doing business. 4, social infrastructure. 5, industrial corridors. 6, policy interventions. 7, developing a responsive administration. And last but not the least, a dynamic, clean and transparent leadership. Andhra Pradesh, over the last 14 months or so, has developed the best-in-class policy environment. It has developed best-in-class sectoral policies, which are already out for auto and auto components, textile and apparels, food processing, tourism, biotechnology and pharmaceuticals, IT and electronic manufacturing, aerospace and defense manufacturing, industrial parks. In respect of the other sectors, the policies are going to be unveiled soon. We are going to distribute a pen drive which has all the policies and all the benefits which are being given under each of these sectors to the entrepreneurs. Commitment from Andhra Pradesh. #1, a large developed industrial land bank. We already have 3 lakh acres. This is one of the highest in India. Land bank for industries. We are going to add another 7 lakh acres. We'll make it a total 1 million acres of land bank. This is one of the highest in the entire country. 2, ever since the CM has taken over, within 1 month of his coming to power, I remember before that we used to have 8-hour power cut, but the way he aggressively went about with power purchase agreements and various other things, today, since July last year, we have not had a single minute of power cut, either in any city or in any village. A village which used to have 8-hour power cut has today a 0-hour power cut, 0-minute power cut. That is the achievement of our Chief Minister. Second thing, external infrastructure is being developed very well. And industrial water is another focus area. We want to give not only 24/7 power, we'll give 24/7 industrial water. For the ease of doing business is also one of the major focus areas for the state. The entire development is being done on the cluster model. Skill development is being given top priority. And tailor-made incentives are being made for mega projects. Anyone who comes to us, we can tailor the incentives according to their requirements. Reimbursement of VAT, stamp duty, etc. are key features. Then capital interest, power cost subsidies, they're also key features. They're all available in the pen drive, which will be distributed to all of you. Power, I already mentioned. Then in power, one more thing is from 9,600 megawatt existing, we are going to increase it to 17,000 megawatt by 2019 through solar, wind, and thermal. The idea is we want to at least factor in 20 years, ensure that there's no power cut, at least till 2035, not more. More the industries come, no issue at all. We'll generate enough power for them. Land bank, I already mentioned. Another important thing on land bank is it's going to be made all online and going to be allotted in a completely transparent manner. Connectivity, we have number of ports, airports, road network, railways, inland water transport, etc. I'll come to it later. 10 focus sectors are there, as already mentioned: agro and food processing, life sciences, textile and apparel, electronics and IT, mineral-based industry. We have a large deposits of byrates, mineral beach sand, limestone, quartz, etc., and also bauxite. Then automobile and auto component sector is also a focus area for us. Petroleum, chemicals and petrochemicals is another focus area. Energy, 3.5 gigawatt capacity solar power is being developed. Somebody was asking about Swachh Bharat. Yes, 7 waste to energy projects are being proposed. Leather, we are developing a major leather park in Krishnapatnam. Aerospace and defense, we are planning in a big way, both in Anantapur as well as in Vijayanagaram, that is Bogapuram. Ease of doing business, as our Chief Secretary has mentioned, we are ranked number 2 in the whole country. We are Gujarat is 71.14, Andhra Pradesh is 70.12, just fractionally behind.
Please hurry your presentation a little, please.
Done.
Otherwise, the others won't get a chance to talk.
Done. Then education-wise, I'll just focus on the key areas. Education-wise, we are having 160,000 engineers who are passing out from our state, and also around 46,000 MBA graduates. Then industrial corridor, as you can see, from Chennai to Visakhapatnam, then Bangalore to Kurnool, and Bangalore to Chennai. 3 major corridors are being planned, and a lot of investment is going there. Then IT infrastructure, we are building a 1 million signature tower, 1 million square feet in Visakhapatnam, and a Millennium Tower of 3 lakh square feet, and number of IT parks are planned across the state. Then regarding incubation, we are developing 100 incubators over a 1 million square feet in the near future. Airports is one of the states with such a large number of airports. We are totally going to have 12 airports in the state within the next 5 to 6 years. Then another important thing is ports. Total number of ports, maybe in the next 10 years or so, would be 17. As you can see, there's a string of ports, which some of them are already there and some of them are being in the process of development. And there's a huge opportunity in the port sector. The tenders are out in some of the cases. They're all available on our websites. Then this is another important project as a part of Digital India of the Prime Minister. A fiber optic grid is being built all over the state. We are going to cover 85% of the population by March 2016 with about 15 Mbps. And all of them are going to have internet, a telephone, and a TV connection at a very nominal price of, say, 150 rupees or so.
I think the government of Andhra Pradesh will be happy to make this presentation available to anyone who is keen.
So we'll be happy if this can be shared online also.
Yeah, but please hurry through.
It's copied on the system. We'll be very happy if it can be. And tourism, a road touching the beach. It's going to be amazing. Then the most important thing is, but this is a history in the making. We are making an entire new greenfield capital. In the history of the world, very few cities have developed as completely greenfield. Here, a new city is coming on 55,000 acre land, about 16.9 square kilometer seat capital area with 217 square kilometer capital city area.
Thank you. I think, please.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes. Just 2 minutes I'll take, so that's it.
No, but we need to get somebody else also to speak.
Yeah, I'll just skip through. So there are a lot of opportunity in the new capital city. This is a photo of the Chief Minister with Mr. Ishwaran, Singapore Minister, who has helped develop the plan for the capital city. These are the photos of the capital city. This is the Prime Minister.
Thank you.
We
will now move to...
Thank you very much.
We will now move to Mr. Prakash Agarwal of ICOA Corp. I would like to ask Mr. Agarwal, since you have set up practical problems you faced, what are the hurdles you found, and what are the opportunities you...
Thank you, ambassadors. Good to be here. Thank you. My journey, along with 3 other partners, 2 of them are based in Silicon Valley with me and 1 based in India, it started about 15 months ago, looking at whole ESDM space, electronic system design and manufacturing, in Make in India program. And very quickly realized, after looking at some numbers, India today is importing about 25 million phones every month, and most of them are coming from China. India needs to create a lot more jobs. So very quickly, we realized that it's high time that India needs a world-class ODM or ESDM company in India. Now, having said that, in this business, scale is very important. One of the things which I notice as I go and talk to in India, a lot of states and here too, with all due respect to you guys do a lot of benchmark against each other. I would request that you do your benchmark against China too, okay? And that would be very revealing. Not that, we need to copy everything what China is doing, okay? But we need to understand so that we can have a level playing set up in India in our own ways. And that's one of the message here. And so we started looking at this thing, the scale, which is very important, understanding the... We started visiting India, and scale is so important where these factories are set up in 500 acres to 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000 acres of land, the complete electronic cluster. And if you don't have that, you just don't have the economy of scale. And scale is so important that you have to run from day one, otherwise we will keep importing from China. Now, if you want to run day one, there's only one way to do that, is do a joint venture with somebody who's already running. So in our model, we are doing joint ventures with some of the Taiwanese ODMs. We will bring them to India. We are in the final stages of negotiating our deal with them. In India, we have been talking to quite a few states. Haryana is one of them. Uttar Pradesh, Odisha. Even we have had some discussions with Andhra Pradesh too. advantages and disadvantages, and love to talk to some more because of geopolitical reasons, we're not going to set up our cluster only in one state. We're going to have minimum 2, if not 3, in a different field, whether it's smartphones. Our first plant most likely is going to be in somewhere in NCR area, either Haryana or Uttar Pradesh, where we will start manufacturing as early as possible, April 2016. Start producing about 500,000 phones a month, going to about 1.5 million phones a month very, very quickly after that. In terms of our experience, so far actually it has been pretty pleasant. And when I thought about this whole thing going to India, ODM business is a very tricky business. Margins are very low. You're lucky you make 1%, 2%, gross profit. I mean, the net profit. Gross profit is about 5%. And it's just crazy business. And then trying to do that in India, I thought everybody would call me ODM business in India. But to my pleasant surprise, everybody I have talked to in Taiwan, Japan, Korea, as well as in India, they think it's a great idea. I've gotten a lot of good support from them here than meet, in India, because they're extremely busy there. And the consulate office has played a key role. Thai, actually, in Silicon Valley has played a key role, putting them in touch with us. So I really haven't had any problem making progress with them. People talk about corruption in India. I have not been subjected to that. So all is all good.
Thank you very much. I would now move to Ms. Rani George to learn about how Kerala, God's own country, is managing doing business.
Loaded it. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me take you through a brief presentation on what Kerala has got to offer. I've been given only 3 minutes. I'm trying to stick to the time. This is what Kerala is about, the southern state of India with a high literacy rate and a high life expectancy and a quality of life comparable to developed nations. Good accessibility with 3 international airports. Mainly our accessibility is through the Middle East. And we have got several ports and 1 international seaport at Cochin along with a container terminal. And the new international seaport is coming up at Vizhinjam. That's at the southernmost point, Trivandrum. Its work is going to begin now. And has got an excellent road rail network, reaching even the rural areas in Kerala. also well connected by rail. As I had mentioned earlier, a state with high literacy and high per capita income, skilled manpower availability, and we have a large number of non-resident Keralites across the world in different parts, different countries, and high remittances from the non-resident Keralites back to Kerala. And we have some of the things which would prompt the investors to come to Kerala: pro-development policies, special economic zones, investment-friendly policies which the government has brought out. Government has brought out various policies for the different departments facilitating investment in Kerala. And the relevant departments, they are the ones who implement these various projects for investment in the different departments. And KSIDC, Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, acts as the nodal agency. I've listed out the main thrust areas which Kerala has got, but I have not listed out the individual projects, but that we have got separately with the KSIDC. They have got the individual projects where the investors would be interested. These are one of the main 9 projects which are being implemented in a mission mode now. Kochi Metro Rail, the first phase is going to be completed by 2016. Similarly, Smart City in Kochi, that's also going to completion by next year. Vizhinjam Port, I had earlier mentioned, that's going to begin the work of the port. And Kannur Airport is also nearing completion. And these 9 projects, these are directly monitored by the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala. And digitally empowered, because our urban areas as well as the rural areas, we have got high connectivity and high bandwidth and internet and mobile penetration. That's almost 95.7% internet and mobile penetration. And the connectivity of which is 51% or 52% is in the rural area. And our trust is mainly for e-governance as well as for citizen-centric services. Mainly the people in the rural areas, how the services can be reached to them. Locally, we have set up centers through which they can access these services. And a special purpose vehicle has been set up for the upgraded version of the National Optical Fiber Network. And for startups, we have already incubated over 500 startups. And we have a startup village in Kerala. And the government has provided, the IT department has provided the infrastructure for these startups. And our target is around 10,000 startups in the next 10 years. This was one Young Entrepreneur Summit, which was held in September 2015, which had a great response. This was already over. That was in September 2015. Last year, we did it for the first time in 2014. That is to attract the young people for investing in Kerala. And we have also another Women Entrepreneurs Summit. That's on 19th November 2015. That is especially targeted for the women entrepreneurs. As I mentioned, these are the key thrust areas for Kerala. Of course, tourism stands first. I'll go one by one. Tourism. Kerala, known as God's own country, is famous for its tourism. But it's also famous for the investment in this sector. These are some of the areas where the investor can invest in the field of tourism, especially the resorts and hotels, destination development, infrastructure, adventure, etc. There are so many areas where investors would be interested in. Similarly, healthcare services, Kerala is much advanced. We have world-class hospitals and, of course, skilled doctors and other professionals in the medical field. Not only for the general health hospitals, Ayurveda wellness centers has also got its importance in Kerala. And the food and agro processing, especially the marine processing and the spices processing, is worth mentioning. IT infrastructure, we have got in different parts of Kerala, and some of them are getting ready, and there are already, some of the phases are already done, and the other phases are going for completion. And the education sector, this also has opportunity for investment for the skill development centers and the hospitality management institutes are worth mentioning in this sector. Of course, the ports and the logistics. Renewable energy, that's also one area which the state is giving thrust upon, and they would like NRK investment in small hydropower projects in partnership with panchayats. Similarly, for the wind energy, data resource has been done by the department. This is done under the power department by the Energy Management Center. Biotechnology and life science is also another important area. One life sciences park is being set up in Kerala by Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation. Urban infrastructure, I need not mention it anyway, it's there in all the states. Similarly, MSME, micro, small and medium enterprises, that's also one major sector in Kerala. These thrust areas were selected on the basis of the potential availability of raw materials, human resource, marketing growth, export opportunities, availability of infrastructure, etc. We have a separate department for non-resident Keralites affairs. That's for the welfare of the non-resident Keralites in various countries. These are some of the main objectives of our department, and they cater to the needs and of the non-resident Keralites. And NORCA also acts as a facilitating agency for the investors, for the overseas Indians who would like to invest in Kerala. We would like to welcome the overseas Indians to Kerala. Also, we have an NRK meet that's only for Keralites, non-resident Keralites. That's on January 15 and 16. Every year we have this. This year it would be on January 15th and 16th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. PPP in my earlier parlance was public-private partnership, but it is becoming PowerPoint presentation. May I quickly turn to Mr. Vineet Garg from HSIIDC. Are you also having a PowerPoint? Okay, please. Welcome Mr. Vineet Garg from the Haryana State Industrial and Investment Development Corporation, and he is also doing a PowerPoint.
Can we have the presentation, please? Yeah, we are running short of time, so I'll be very quick. So this is Haryana at a glance. I'll just say we are leading producers of car, cranes, excavators, two-wheelers, footwear. Annual growth of Haryana has been above the India's average growth rate. We have the highest per capita income among major states. And with 1.3% of the total area of the country, we are contributing nearly 4% to India's GDP. Haryana being the preferred destination for doing business because of its favorable demographics, with 61% of the population falling in the working age group. Strategic location, we are covering Delhi on 3 sides, with 60% of the area falling in NCR. Excellent road and rail connectivity. Skilled manpower availability, very well developed infrastructure including power generation capacity, 24/7 ensured power supply, metro connectivity to areas surrounding Delhi. Haryana accounts for 5% of the employment in the worldwide ITS sector. It has emerged as the BPO capital of India with 11% of employment in the BPM sector throughout the country. These are some of the major names which have set up their units in Haryana. 200 of the 500 Fortune companies, they have their offices in Gurgaon or in Haryana. Excellent road and rail network. I need not go in details. We have come up with a new enterprise promotion policy with the vision of positioning Haryana as the preeminent investment destination. The foundation pillars for this policy are ease of doing business, enhancing competitiveness of the industry, balanced regional growth, building MSME and services sector, and defining proper implementation mechanisms. In the ease of doing business sector, we are focusing on fast-track clearances, simplified estate management procedures, e-Seva portal, deemed clearances, self-certification, labor and environmental reforms, and dispute settlement committees. We are promoting private industrial parks with lower threshold for licensing, higher FAR, mixed land use, reduced EDC, that is development charges, powers with the empowered executive committee for approval of such projects, and enhancing the scope of walk to work with the affordable worker housing to the density of 900 per acre and FAR of 225. Large part of Haryana is covered under the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor sector, and the first node is in Haryana of this corridor. We plan to have regional development by various concessions which we are offering in VAT, interest, stamp duty, tax, and electricity. Some of the mega projects which we are proposing are Global City in Gurgaon, multimodal logistic hub on DMIDC, mass rapid transit system, and finally Kundli Manesar Palwal Expressway, which is a bypass to Delhi. We have 4 major highways emerging from Delhi, so this expressway will be bypassing Delhi and connecting all these 4 major highways. So this is the global economic corridor which we want to establish along this highway. One of the achievements of this policy is no enhancement in plots to be offered by HSIDs in future. Generally, because of land acquisition enhancement cost, the industrialists were put to enhancements later on, which we are trying to develop a structure, a basically in-house insurance fund, so that the industrialists are not put to disadvantage of having a higher cost later on. To make industry competitive, we are enhancing the productivity through skill development. We have Haryana State Skill Development Mission. Then for foreign investment and NRIs, we are setting up a separate cell within our corporation and providing the services of relationship managers and a ultra mega project scheme where a foreign investment of more than $1 billion has a special packages. We are in talks with the top Chinese companies for investment in Haryana. Availability of developed land bank to the tune of 18,000 acres. These are the key focus areas: auto, agro-based, textile, footwear, defense and aerospace, logistic hub, renewable energy, pharma, electronics, and R&D sector. We are having a global investor meet on 1st and 2nd February 2016 in Gurgaon. We invite all of you to be partner in the growth story, and as the slogan of HSIDC is, we are partner in your growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garg. Thank you. I think I need to very quickly invite Shri yes, Shri Uday Pratap Singh, Principal Secretary, Industries, Government of Jharkhand. आपका भी PowerPoint है? I think so. Please, because we are really short of time.
Good afternoon, friends. I think that people are not interested to see the PowerPoint. So I will just focus on 3 issues of Jharkhand. First, I would like to inform you that Jharkhand stood 23rd in terms of environment conducive for investment. Recently, we have secured we are among the top 3 states. As you know, Jharkhand is one of the richest mineral state in the country. So we will focus only on 3 sectors. We are not going to make any presentation. First one is mining sector. If anyone wants to make any investment in mining sector, the biggest coal deposit, whether it is coking coal or non-coking coal, it is available in our state. Second is iron ore. Third, manganese, dolomite, and other things. So anyone who is interested to go for a mining sector, he is most welcome. Second one is mineral-based industries. We have the largest steel producing companies in our state, starting from Steel Authority of India to Tata, and other JSW, Jindals, they have also come up. So anyone who is likely to make investment in the steel sector, he is also welcome to come and invest in Jharkhand. Third one is automobile sector. Already Tata is there, other people are also coming. For MSME sector, more than 1,000 auto components makers are there. So if you want to make auto components, you are equally welcome. Fourth is power sector. Though presently Jharkhand is almost sufficient in power generation, but we are planning to have coal-based power units and also coal gasification-based power sectors. So anyone who is keen, he can come. Many of people, right from Advani and other, they have joined this sector. So I would also like to invite the investors and our friends who are present here. So these are our 4 focused areas. In our presentation, there was IT, food processing, and those sectors. But I would only concentrate on only these 4 sectors. Whosoever is interested, he may ask queries and questions. I am here to reply. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Deal of ease of doing business which is coming in the different states of India, and also that a takeaway which has come from an investor in India, which is that we should look east to China and should draw some lessons from China. The speed of transactions which has been mentioned in case of both Telangana and Andhra is truly wonderful, and I think that is something which investors here should take into account and see how far that works out. Can we have a quick question from the audience? Yes. No mic.
Thank you. I am Chris Nittala from Singapore. We have come from a group which is a $10 billion Sambhavan group. We have brought 3 joint venture investments to India. One in the East Coast, Kakinada, a high-class technology shipyard for both oil and gas, defense, and shipping. Then we brought a GE collaboration in Chennai and an Italian manufacturer collaboration in Kakinada to manufacture drilling rigs. Agrawal Saab, this is also a question for you. We are facing a lot of challenges to Make in India program, and we have been doing business in other countries like Malaysia, Indonesia. Their own country companies. The input costs in India, they are relatively expensive. They are not cheaper when you compare with the high manufacturing countries like China, Malaysia, and all that. So my question here is for all the policy. In India is a very good slogan by dynamic Prime Minister and the different chief ministers, but really it is not percolated in the execution and in the reality. We have brought in huge investments, is a heartburn which I am just coming out. We are facing so many challenges and the input costs are so high. International, the manufacturing goods in India is expensive than even the products manufactured in Sri Lanka. So please try to come up with some policy where Indian companies, the products produced in India can be given some importance as against the foreign goods.
Yeah, I think it's a good suggestion. We'll have to work on that. Both Government of India and the states put together will have to work on this issue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arun Kumar, please.
Now, I think you've touched on a really important point. And this is a point that a number of countries are looking at. And the World Trade Organization has a trade facilitation agreement that is, a number of countries are acceding to that. India has agreed to do so. That is one of the ways in which there will be streamlining of customs processing forms around the world. So this applies not just to India, but around the world. Of course, within India, the GST would be one of the steps that will essentially streamline movement of goods within the country.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on the panel wishes to take anything? Okay, I think we are almost through. I mean, we are actually beyond our time. One last question, yes, please. And then we call it a day.
Hi, my name is Anil Kumar. I am from Indian Startups, a community. It's about 10,000 startup members and entrepreneurs. And the question is to all the panelists here, is that you talked about big mega projects and everything in there. And there is a slogan from Prime Minister of India which says Startup India and Stand Up India. How that syncs well with the mega projects that you're talking, and we are talking about small startups and small entrepreneurs. Do they ever get a chance in any of these platforms? Thank you.
Does anybody else want to take this question? No, he's saying the startups don't seem to get it on small startups. What kind of platform will they give? Okay, I can. If you take our MSME sector, it is very extensive. So it is not that we are only looking at the large companies in the large areas. The idea eventually would be to factor in your small startups into the SME sector. And that is where I think we should start seeing the possibilities. Our SME sector is one of the biggest in the world. And I think, would you like to say something on that? So basically, I think, it is from the SME sector that we will try to see how the startups can be initiated. You see, once upon a time, it was all one-way startups. But now it is no longer one way. It is also coming from India. So I think that encouragement will come and it will go a long way towards seeing realization of these startups. Would you like to say something?
Well, this again. No, this again is really an important issue around the world, including to United States small and medium enterprises. To compete with the big companies, there has to be simplification of processes, forms, etc. Government of India is very aware of that. We work closely with them. But it's a very important topic, and it's good to keep that in the forefront. So that is one. The general ease of doing business is also another approach that Ambassador Venkatesan mentioned many times and many others talked about. Again, that is something that will help small and medium enterprises. So the US government is holding a conference sometime next few months in Delhi to look at how to integrate small and medium enterprises into global supply chains in both directions. So it's a topic of importance to both the governments.
See, basically for the startup companies, recently in our Hyderabad also opened a incubator for startup companies with all the infrastructure, with the new innovations. Similarly, even technology, we're simplifying the systems, the procedures, not like earlier days. That's what within 15 days, we are giving all the clearances. Somebody referring, when they ask for the cost of production also is going high. Now the cost also has come down because of a lot of incentives and also subsidies, even interest subsidies, power subsidies. When it comes to the cost of the land also, in our state also, still is the lowest in the country. For startup companies, one is the certifications, clearances, and also the incubators. Incentives, a lot of things are there. Definitely this helps for the startup companies.
I think I will conclude by saying that there is a great promise in terms of doing business and the business opportunities that India is opening, particularly in the new environment, with the new government and with the new opportunities that are being presented through the competitive federalism you are seeing in the states. I thank all our panelists and have a very good evening.
What excellent presentations and what a wonderful panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a moment to put your hands together. Presentations, and thank you very much, His Excellency Consul General Ambassador Venkatesen Ashok, for being the moderator, the chair for this last panel. Now we have the next panel, which is Education, Skills, and Vocational Training. Prior to that, I do want to announce that also Mr. Deshapati Srinivasan Garu from Government of Telangana is also present here today. Just wanted to make that announcement. And I'd like to call upon the chair for the Education, Skills, and Vocational Training. If we could have Professor Surya Prakash, University of Southern California. Thank you. Carl Mehta from EdCast. Mr. Raj Jaswa, ex-Thai president, teaches entrepreneurship in IITs Bombay and Gandhinagar. Shri Suresh Iyer. Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, CEO, Vocera teaches entrepreneurship. And Dr. Peter Whitehouse, President, the Intergenerativity Group.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates and participants, and many dignitaries of this momentous 9th Regional Pravasi Divas event in Los Angeles. And I welcome you all to the panel on education, skills, and vocational training. My name is Surya Prakash. I'm a professor of chemistry at the University of Southern California. We have actually 5 distinguished panels on this panel, that is Carl Mehta, the CEO and founder of EdCast, an edutech company based in Silicon Valley. And we also have Raj Jaswa, past president of the Indus Entrepreneurs, who teaches entrepreneurship at IIT Bombay and IIT Gandhinagar. Then we also have Sri Suresh Iyer, director of Ekal Vidyalaya, a foundation, a non-profit foundation, and an NGO which runs one teacher schools in India. Then we have Mr. Sanjay Srivatsava, CEO of Vocarium, who also teaches entrepreneurship, and he runs a company on cloud-based learning management systems. But last but not least, we have Peter Whitehouse, who is a neurologist, joining this panel. Before I ask my distinguished panelists to speak and make their comments, I will try to make few introductory remarks. And today, the Indo-Americans make up 1% of US population. We are almost 3.4 million. They are highly educated, 70% with college degree. This is already mentioned several times in this forum. The diaspora is also touted as the highest per capita income group. In fact, in my own field, education, 10 to 15% of the faculty members in major research universities are from India. And there are even administrators like provosts, deans, presidents of Indian origin. And I'm happy to say that we have broken the glass ceiling. Many CEOs of big corporations are also from Indian diaspora. And even we are making advances in the political arena. In fact, our top doctor, the Surgeon General, is Dr. Vivek Murthy. So, Indians have done very well. And still, Indian students are coming to America in droves to get postgraduate diplomas. And in the last count, it was more than 100,000. And majority of them are true rate-paying customers. They are paying top dollars to get education in India, in US. They're spending almost, I heard, $10 billion a year as contributing to the US economy. And also, just to compare, India, civilizationally and culturally, valued education, skills, and vocal training. In fact, India has contributed quite a bit to philosophy, mathematics, art, architecture, etc. And in fact, some of the old caste system in in Indus Valley was built on a guild system. So vocational training is not new to us. But India being colonized by the British between 17th and 20th century, we lost out. We missed the Industrial Revolution. When the British left India, our literacy rate was meager 11%. But after independence, we have achieved a literacy rate of about 74%, but we are still below the world average of 84%. So these are some. And also, India is currently touted as a knowledge economy, and we have uplifted some part of the population. We have 300 million middle class, considered middle class with good education. But our problem is we still have 700 million people below the poverty line. Our primary education system still faces significant challenges. And in fact, if you really look at it, although 94% of the children enroll in primary education, about 29% drop out before completing 5 years at primary school. And 43% before finishing upper primary school, and only 42% complete high school diplomas. So we have a big problem here. And this can be traced to poverty and other foundational issues. 18% of our college students attend college. Except for top few IITs and good schools, most of the colleges are ill-equipped with space, shortage, facilities are bad teachers, no academic rigor, no lack of accountability. We produce 600,000 engineers a year, but 67% of our graduates have very poor communication skills. This is a big issue. And also in education, there is widespread nepotism, corruption, improper selection process. They all contribute to the problem. So I kind of explained what is happening in India. So maybe what I will do is I'll go around our panel and I'll ask them to make about 4 minutes of their, what they are doing and how they can change this situation. So we'll have a discussion. But after that, I would like to ask the audience to ask some questions. I want to have some question and answer sessions from the panel. That panel can answer. With that, we will go around and make our final statements, and we will conclude on time. We have exactly 45 minutes to run this panel. So with that, I will start with, I think, Sri Suresh Iyer, who has been running this Ekal Vidyalaya. Please.
Ekal Vidyalaya literally translates to one teacher school. So we believe in one person making a change. Ekal Vidyalaya typically is only in remote villages in India. We are a non-profit organization registered in US, and the actual working on the ground happens in India. We have adopted many Indian villages as well as Nepal villages. This project started in 1990 just as an experiment with one school started in one of the remotest part of the country in Jharkhand. Our representative was right here, in the mining town of Dhanbad, where the literacy rate was less than 5%. And even amongst that 5%, the literacy rate among girls was it was unbelievable. So this project was taken up as an experiment, and the concept was we adopt that village, we provide a teacher who is qualified to teach in that village. Especially most of us who are from India, we know the dialect is so different from village to village and part of the country. So language becomes even more critical, and you cannot bring somebody from the metropolitan cities into village in order to promote the education in that village. And I will go back to 1990 census data, where we came across close to about 100,000 such villages exist, where within 3-kilometer radius, there is no school, primary education school available. In spite of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, there were not functioning schools. There are two reasons why the schools were not functioning. One is, obviously, most of these government schools, there is no supervision systems. So even though there are schools for the namesake, it's not working. Second thing is, most of these schools run during the daytime. Most of the kids need to help their parents in the field during daytime. So if the schools run during daytime, it will not work. So we had to understand the cultural sensitivity of these villages and modify our program. So Ekal schools run in the evenings after the kids perform their chore. Because we are agrarian society, 60% of India lives in village. So that's the primary means of source of income for them. So we cannot neglect that. We bring the students in the evening. We provide 3 hours of basic education, primary education, and using the media that they are more comfortable with in their home, in their own village. So our philosophy is really guided by Swami Vivekananda, whose quote goes, if the child cannot go to education, education must go to child. So this project that was started in 1990, just with one school, as of September this year, we have adopted 50,000 villages. And each village, we can teach up to one school. Each village we can teach up to 25 to 30 children. And as of now, there are close to about 1.5 million children purely from these rural villages that are able to get this education through Ekal Vidyalaya. And this is our 25th year Silver Jubilee celebration. And the Silver Jubilee celebration actually happened in the same village in Jharkhand where the first school was started. And it was a phenomenal event. More than 60 to 70,000 people actually participated. Every teacher from every village school actually participated and shared their experiences. The main thing that I want to emphasize here is we all hear a lot of stories how advanced India is with respect to technology, but it hasn't still reached where it will make the difference. And where it will make the difference is where 60% of our population actually resides. And our Prime Minister Modi ji, rightfully so, he claims that by 2020, we will be the economy where 60% of our youth would be under 35 years of age, would be the working force. What is most important is how good would that working force be? What kind of skill would they bring to the table? And how are we empowering them in providing that? So ACL actually has taken this up as a very important task because those youth who are in the village who are already illiterate, it's impossible for them to go to classroom today. So how can you provide them vocational training? So ACL for the last 5 years has incorporated vocational training as part of their process. So we also bring in all the youth from that village, boys and girls, and we give them different skills. We are also working with National Skills Development Center. It's amazing. Government has so much funds. We are not able to use those funds because the right media has not been set up. So through ACL, we are working very closely with NSD and identifying the skills that is appropriate for the village and bringing that into that fold. So I think our goal from ACL's perspective or our mission is holistic development of village so that they can stand on their own leg and that becomes a microeconomic hub with which actually they can sustain themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Suresh Iyer. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Sanjay Srivatsava, CEO of Aquarium, to say about his activities in this educational area. You just have to press that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, whoever added to my bio that I teach entrepreneurship, thank you. Actually, I'm mostly a student, so but I still appreciate it. But my name is Sanjay Srivatsava, and I'll just tell you a little bit about education, about my journey. It's fairly new. About 3 years ago, I decided to, coming from a technology background, doing something completely different, semiconductor tools. I started asking the question whether, education technology can sort of help economic empowerment at scale, right? That was the question I was trying to ask. So I'm still not sure about, a lot of stuff is happening, but at this point, from my experience, I'm really, really optimistic. And biggest reason being, at least from the demand side, I can see huge changes. When I say demand side, it is demand side of from the educational institutions, vocational and otherwise. The demand is changing so rapidly that supply will have to change to bring a scale. So one of the big things, I don't know how many of you guys know, but at this point, this year, U.S. Department, BLS said that there are 15 million self-employed Americans right now. It is about 1 million more than last year. But 2020, they're talking about this number being 60 million. So 40% of U.S. workforce would be self-employed, right? So that is now the educational, at least infrastructure that we talk about. And again, I'm making a very U.S.-specific point because that's what most of my experience is. And hopefully when you talk about scale, you can appreciate the relevance to India. So there is now we have to serve a different workforce. Second thing, if you were talking about, let's say, education, say 20 or 30 years ago, you would say, if you could look at the future, you would say, the way that the workforce is going to be employed is because the American consumer primarily will want a widget. Some large companies will decide how to build a widget and then employ economies of scale by, produce this as the cheapest cost possible, by both economies and scale, and by outsourcing maybe manufacturing to China and the services to India, right? That was, but no longer, as most of you, I'm sure, are well aware of, the GDP growth is not a proxy anymore for employment growth, right? That has gotten disconnected. So where is the growth going to come from? So one of the things which I'm pretty excited about is that the peer-to-peer economy, the consumers typically have not been a consumer of services. They go out there, mostly they go to retail, and the services were mostly provided to corporations. But in the new economy, the peer-to-peer economy, I do believe that the consumer as a consumer of service is going to be a huge driver. Once again, in the model where corporations were primarily employing, they had the luxury of going out there and maybe their HR department who can talk about your certification. If they didn't have the skill, if you are a Wipro and Infosys, maybe you can invest in some skill development locally. But as a consumer, I don't have the luxury when I'm looking for a service to go out there, look at the pedigree of the person providing me the service. So now the new economy requires reputation as one of the currencies and one of the primary currencies for the employee, right? And once again, how will our skill development platform going to serve that model? And the third part, if you believe that most of this transaction will happen because there'll be platforms like Ubers and Kitchit or WeWork, or that this will connect supply to demand of labor, then digital literacy becomes a big deal, right? And a lot of economies have recognized that. UK has required that kids from 5 to 14 have to now be exposed to computing education. Mayor of New York just gave 10 years to say that every kid in New York City needs to be, in 10 years, needs to be exposed to education. And if you think about it, right now that percent is 1. But 47,000 school districts in this country, there are a few thousand only which can provide computing services scale. So the scale, so all of us have to think about now that once the education model, when you go from more than 20 to 30 teachers, we have to go provide, serve the needs at a scale. So, and being from Silicon Valley, I believe technology has to be a part of the solution. And when I started looking at education, I was really surprised to see how underserved education is with technology. It's like being dropped in Europe, let's say, 100 years after printing press was invented, and finding that not a single book was written about how to teach, right? See, Vocarium, we have taken a position at Vocarium, the company which I founded, which says that while there are a lot of companies which were providing instruction at scale, there needs to be a cloud platform which will provide students work at scale to scale mentoring, social network, connecting them to the skill market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask Carl Mehta, who has actually also worked as an innovation fellow at the White House, and he has also written a book called Financial Inclusion at the Bottom of the Pyramid. I would like to ask him to make a few comments.
So thank you for inviting. So my quick background in education came from working at the White House for a year as a Presidential Innovation Fellow, and I'm also serving on California's Governor Brown's Workforce Investment Board, where we do planning for 20 years, what kind of skill set California will need as per the changing dynamics in the economy. So when I was at the White House, we looked at education and healthcare as kind of the two big areas that can have disruption using technology. And the problem in education is very similar to healthcare. There are mainly three problems: access, quality, and cost. So if you look at the healthcare system in the United States or even worldwide, you want, the bottom of the pyramid, you want, the vast majority of the people to get access to healthcare system or access to education. You want the quality to go up, and you want the cost to come down. So when I started EdCast, I'm looking at two main technologies to help solve these three problems. One is cloud and another is mobile. On the cloud, it is about MOOCs. So I don't know how many of you have taken a course on a MOOC platform, massively online open courses, right? Coursera, Udacity, edX, very few. Okay. So MOOC is a very disruptive technology. You get high quality courses for free. And so we currently provide the MOOC technology to over 100 plus institutions. And I'm trying to bring MOOC technology to India. We are currently supporting a few dozen institutions in India. In fact, Raj is doing some fantastic work that he will talk about, and we work with him, and we are very fortunate that he's been working with us. So that's one technology, which is large scale, high quality courses. The second technology that we bring is social learning. So how many of you spend time at least 3 times a day on social networks? Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, name it. All of you, right? Well, so the reality is that we all spend a lot of time on social network, but we are not using that time to learn, skills and knowledge that we should all be learning, because we are all in a knowledge economy. So you can download an EdCast app on your iOS or Android, and you could all be learning from each other. So we help drive that peer-to-peer learning. And in a country like India, where we have to train like 700 million people in skills, we think that the fast and the lowest cost social learning, just like, what Sanjeev mentioned. So those are the two quick thoughts on how to use
Jaswa.
So about 2 years ago, I got a chance meeting with the dean from IIT Gandhinagar, and I said, hey, I can come and give a talk. And he basically turned around and said, why don't you just come and teach a class? One lecture doesn't do anything. You're not going to change anybody's life with one lecture. So why don't you just come and teach a course, work hard for their grades? And so I thought about it and I said, let's do it. So after 40 years in the Valley, being a serial entrepreneur for the last 25, I said, let's go and teach entrepreneurship to the students at IIT Gandhinagar. And then it has now grown to IIT Bombay and so on. So, this whole thing has been a major eye-opener for me. Number one, and I'll just give you the punchlines, is that there is a horrible shortage. There's a huge shortage of professors in India or teachers in India. Number two is that even though teachers and professors that are there are obsolete. That's the sad fact. The sad fact is that the students are getting a very raw deal for the amount of money that their parents spend and for the time that they spend in school to basically pick up the skills and the education and the knowledge and the tools of the trade and the personality for them to be successful in the world. So in one sense, it has been extremely disheartening to see that India spend probably 50% of their earnings to put are essentially getting of very little value from all because of the shortage of professors and teachers and the shortage of quality teaching. Both are. And I don't want to be totally pessimistic because the great thing is that there are two resources that have not been harnessed as yet, and which I think is really going to, if they're harnessed properly, can really handle the situation really well. So the first resource is all of you, including me, which is, all of us now have got, not only education from India, but good experience in one of the most developed economies of the world. And, we have the opportunity to go ahead and make a change, a tangible change in the students who are going to shape, the India of the future. And so I believe that, it is really a moral duty to our high schools, to our colleges, to go ahead and offer to teach what we know. If you're a chemical guy, teach chemistry. If you're a mathematics, if you're computer science, teach computer science. Whatever things that there's a need for those people in India to learn, and you've just got to, so that's the first thing, that you have to go ahead and teach what you know. Because what you know is not just the knowledge, but you know how to put it to work. So that's the number one thing. The second thing that is really great is the platforms like Carl Mehta has come up with, Edcast, Udacity, and so on, which now gives us the ability to communicate this knowledge in a broad-based way, remotely if necessary, and provide high-quality teaching to the students. So the tools and the resources to go ahead and address, some of the most important problems that India is facing in the education field, which is a lack of teachers and very poor teaching by, and like every student has got smartphones. You know, the material for education needs to be put together, and I think the NRI community, which has now been out of India for on an average 20, 30 years, is the resource that needs to be harnessed.
Thank you. Now I'll ask Peter, White House.
Thank you, Professor Prakash. And first, let me say congratulations to the organizers, particularly to the NFIA and their president, Ashok Madam, who has invited me to participate in this wonderful 9th PBD, one that I'm sure will go down as a historical moment, not only in how the Indian government is changing these events for overseas Indians, but also in terms of the title of our topic here, the Indian diaspora and its contribution to new paradigms of relationships between India and America. I want to speak a little differently, and I am going to get the help of my Vice President of Intergenerational Schools International and the Intergenerativity Group to give the first slide, please. Thank you, Yakshneet. I want to speak on behalf of younger learners and older learners, of children, of our grandchildren and elders, and tell you a little bit about how we are addressing this precious and fragile resource in India and around the world. I will be speaking about schools in the United States, and Mr. Pushkarna will be talking about our initiatives in India. I must say, when it comes to the topic of grandchildren, I have only 2 months' experience with my first grandchild. However, I must thank an Indian engineer, my son-in-law, and my daughter, a pediatrician, for bringing this joy into my life. And I will say, I saw the Joint Secretary here a minute ago. When I described this story to him, I think I got the official India government by virtue of my grandchild. I hope you agree. But really, I feel a part of this community largely by the welcome that you here in this audience have given me on this occasion. So the intergenerational schools in Cleveland, do we have an earlier slide? There we go. Thank you. Celebrate lifelong learning by bringing elementary school children together with elders to the mutual benefit of each. I'm a geriatric neurologist, and my wife is a developmental psychologist. And these schools are based on new models of learning for children, as the next slide shows, which don't place children in classrooms on the basis of their chronological age, but rather where they are developmentally. And just the individual students, but it's the relationships that the elders form with the children. And I think we all know from our own families, particularly in the Indian culture, the value of those relationships. So essentially, we've created a school that fosters those things. We invite into this space even people who are my patients, people that have some memory problems, because what everybody needs in community is a sense of purpose, regardless of one's medical condition. And so we invite seniors to visit our schools, and our children go to facilities where seniors may live. This school has been successful by being celebrated, and there are now 3 schools, I should say, by having good test scores. Our children do well. They go on to high school, they go on to college, although that is not what we consider the major outcome. Our mission statement says lifelong learning, but also spirited citizenship in the celebration of democracy that we celebrate in India and the United States. However, we are taking the school now into a different model of engagement, feeling that schools should be at the center of communities. And I appreciate some of the other speakers addressing this topic, that really schools ought to be central not only to the learning in a community, but also we are developing clinics in our schools. But I want to end my part of the presentation by just saying that for the last 15 years, as long as our first school has existed, we have had collaborations with a number of countries, including starting schools, we hope, in a number of countries as well as other places in the United States. But with that, I will stop and turn the microphone over to Yakshneet, who will talk about efforts in India.
Thank you. I'll just take a minute. The Indian Embassy and people from the MOIA to giving us. I will just quickly run through you the Knowledge Center which we are launching in India. It is in collaboration with the National Federation of Indian Americans and the Federation of Engineers who have collaborated to launch this school in Hamirpur in Himachal Pradesh. It's the world's first intergenerational digital knowledge center. So what it's going to do is we're going to understand and take the global concept of intergenerational people who are retired from bureaucracy, people who are retired from the armed forces, people who are doctors, engineers, teachers who are retired, bring them back into society and ask them to mentor and tutor children by starting with teaching them language courses. This school will be connected to Cleveland, and we will be using the resource of teachers here to teach them English so that they are powered in terms of language. In terms of skill development, this is what the Technology Knowledge Center will look like. It is based on the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji's vision about harnessing the elders' power for empowerment of the youth. So it will not only train and educate them in language, but we will develop a technology-based system where they will be taught IT skills, digital IT skills, to get them employed in the startup generation of India. All the startups have a need for a certain skill set. We will develop those skill sets, and then we will get them connected to different startup organizations like Flipkart, Snapdeal. I've been here, and there are a lot of people here in the American diaspora who have said that we would be more than happy to employ them for our IT work in the US. The target audience is going to be middle school to high school children and university dropouts. By giving them a second chance, we will enhance their communication skill, like I said, by teaching them English. The recruitment will be similar to the schools in Cleveland. We will map the elders of the community, especially in Hamirpur, Honorable Member of Parliament Anurag Thakurji's constituency. We will train them and certify them as intergenerational teachers, and that will give them, of course, a second career opportunity. It will be a community development through a KOL system, which is a key opinion leader system. This system will enable the targeted audience to then go back into society and create the next layer of teachers and engagement. We will categorize them into two parts, train the trainers. One will be the youth which will get skill development and they will join corporate. They will, however, not leave Hamirpur, and we will be still there employed. Part of their salary will go to development of the knowledge center and self-sustaining it. So I think we can tie hands with Eklavya and try to launch it in other parts of the country as well. One group will be involved in the knowledge center who will help go to the community and get more elders back to help us teach. And with that, of course, I will not run you through what all facilities we'll have. The plan is to start one in Himachal Pradesh, followed by Delhi, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Assam, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, and the south of India. I'd like to leave you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, Dr. Whitehouse, you talked about the elderly working with the younger children. In fact, in the extended family system of India, this naturally happened in families. And
yes,
the grandparents took care of the grandchildren all the time.
Yes, I understand, as I mentioned, this is part of your culture. However, I would say that in the modern world, with urbanization and with women working and changes in the family structure, there may be needs, even in a country like India, for this kind of enhanced opportunity for participation in community, and particularly to celebrate the learning that can go on. This is why we love India.
I totally agree with you. And I want to bring an important question to the panel. that, we are all touting the distance education and the digital media is going to provide all the answers. So I want to challenge my panelists that with the digital divide that currently exists in India, especially access to computers, the internet bandwidth, slow download speeds, and moreover, huge power problems, how can you make India a digital powerhouse? One of you can answer? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'll briefly give what we are doing today, mainly from the village or rural population perspective. So I just wanted to show you, I wish I could show this in a PowerPoint, but basically what we have done is we realized that I was talking about the vocational training for youth in the village who cannot go to schools. So how do you make them productive? Especially in this day and age, them learning about digital technology, that's much easier than sitting in the classroom. So we came up with a concept. Again, if they cannot go and get the education should go to them. That concept never changes. So we came up with mobile labs. So what this is like school bus. And what we have done is we have put in about 10 computers in this. And we actually we have a teacher who is a trained professional accompanying in that bus. And we support about 30 villages in a month. So basically the bus goes and stops in each of these villages. They provide 3 hours or 4 hours of continuous training for those youth who can actually learn computer-based skills pretty quickly. And this was just launched June this year. And we are so fortunate because when we explain these things, there are donors lining up. It only costs about $50,000. And this is completely packed with its own internal power through batteries. So basically, we don't really care about the village not having electricity. And I was really surprised when in the previous panel, most of the state government representatives mentioned that there are powers now available 24/7. So we can actually take advantage of that and empower these villages and make these things more static rather than mobile. So that way they can come and get the things.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You have anything? 1 minute? Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to make one point, which is, I do a lot of distance teaching right now, and it's working like magic. And the reason why it's working like magic is two things. One is the availability of a good platform, and Edcast is an awesome platform for getting all your material across to the students in an individualized fashion. But number two is that we cannot forget that discipline that we have in a classroom still needs to be applied in the digital distance teaching world. So homework has to be done, grading has to be done, attendance has to be measured. So don't think that distance learning can be disassociated with the discipline of physical education. And right now, that's what I've worked with Edcast, to kind of put in all the systems necessary for the traditional educational way to enforce discipline. And I would say that, I think the students are getting a heck of a education in entrepreneurship as a I teach about 300 students scattered over 3 colleges every week. And you can think of the number of assignments and number of grading and everything that has to be done. But with the new digital platforms and with the ways to measure everything, it's all there. And I think it's high time that everybody really embraces this distance learning platform.
Thank you. Right now, I'd just like to get a question from the audience if they have any pressing question. Yes, please. Yeah, right there. There's gentleman. You can come in the front. Please walk in the front.
As an educator in field hockey in India by running a charity.
Hold it.
Okay. Yeah. So I moonlight as a field hockey educator or trying to promote in Mumbai and other parts I share your pain. We have the same problem in hockey. We have very few teachers, and that's why our national game has gone down the tubes. The question is to the gentleman from Ekal. These night schools that you're running, has it tweaked the 29% dropout rate and the 43% at primary and the 43% dropout at the secondary level? Have you seen that happen?
Yes, what we have done is basically we have done an impact study with IIM Bangalore. So what they did was they chose few institutions for experimental analysis. So they had the before when the kids actually enrolled in the system versus 5 years. Because what they did was they actually studied the pattern of the kids in 5 years, because our focus is K to 3, basic primary education. All we are doing is providing a spark. And with that spark, if the child gets motivated, they can definitely be connected to the next middle school or high school. So we have made the transition of these kids going from primary school to a nearby middle school and then all the way up to high schools and colleges. And like I said, this year when we went, we witnessed few students who have actually passed through this entire system and actually have become engineers. So that was amazing for us to see.
Question I have. My name is Gopal Chaturvedi, and I own the vocational school. The question for the panel, the Modi vision about vocational school he's talking, what he's talking, that they should generate enough technician, enough people if they have to sustain the growth. I'm pretty sure we know this engineering college back in India are failing, because I think it's exactly happened 73 when there is a more supply and demand. There's most of the engineer not getting job because too many engineering college opened because of profit. They are failing because those students not getting a job. My question is to getting a people into solar technology, aerospace center, and also in the project management, they need a situation like ITI, industrial technical educations. They are the one, those who supply 6-month, 9-month training in and out, and this force can go to globally, what we did in IT. The question is, how they going to sustain this? Where you talk about ITI, vocational education training, not the high school. So can somebody recommend? Thank you.
I can answer that. In India, there is some kind of a stigma going to a vocational training school. It's the question of, as somebody said, IIT versus ITI. There's ITI institutes in India which gives vocational training. So in the morning, I think one of the official from India said that they're trying to change these rules. They're trying to accredit a lot of these vocational training schools, polytechnics, so people can train to become future employees for India. There are 10 million jobs they want to create every year as machinists, carpenters, for example, masons, and these kind of vocational trade. That's what we need to encourage. And also we need to properly compensate these professions. And this is going to happen, I hope, with Modi's India. People are talking about it. And also we are unfortunately running out of the time. I've been asked to, close this panel session. And we all know that, India has a lot of issues. And what came out of this panel discussion, in a short panel discussion, we need to leverage technology. It's very important. We have to properly educate and compensate our teachers. We need to have exchange programs between US and India so we can have professors in residence, educators in residence who can go to India and participate. And we should also encourage American university students to go study abroad in India. I sent my kids to Europe for study abroad. Why not India? We need to have mechanisms to do that. That way our students will learn from the American students, and hopefully this will help. And also, we need to build a very good assessment system, accreditation of the quality of education. We also need to do gender studies, broad-based education to promote gender equality. This is very important. And of course, vocational training, although we didn't spend much time on it, it's a very important area, and it should have as much, it should get as much respect as a regular 4-year, 5-year diploma, you get an engineering schools or medical schools. This is very important. And the way we should adopt, in this case, is not the American model, but the German model. The German model, they're already doing fantastic job in vocational training. The companies, right after high school gymnasium, they are drawn into companies where they get paid to learn, and once they get trained, they get compensated really well. And we need to do that in India, the German model. And also, just to conclude, because we are in a time crunch, US is a melting pot. India is still a thali, divided by language, culture, caste, and religion. What we need to do for India to prosper, we need to impart value-based education system with live and let live philosophy. With that, I thank all my co-panelists, and thank you very much for participating. Yeah.
Excellent presentation on education skills and vocational training. Thank you so much, Professor Surya Prakash, University of Southern California, and all the panelists. Thank you very, very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, could I get everyone to gather closer, come closer to the stage, because we have some exciting, entertaining, powerful stuff happening next. We have Bollywood, Hollywood Connect, and soft power yoga. We have an excellent discussion coming up. But before we start, a couple of things. If everybody could come closer to the stage. Another thing, please check your bags, those bags that you've received. Make sure that whatever contents are in the bags are yours and not someone else's. We have a missing silver laptop. It's a little silver book, laptop book. If anyone has it, please let one of the organizers or myself know. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to call upon stage the moderator, Mr. Ken Silverman. He's with Sanam 4, and he's going to have some exciting Bollywood news and Hollywood news for us.
Thank you. Can I ask the panel to come up? Lady and gentlemen. How's everybody holding up? We're going to talk about Bollywood and Hollywood, the nexus between the two industries, how they're similar, how they're different, and all of the exciting things currently going on in both industries. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for staying. As mentioned, my name is Ken Silverman. We're very fortunate today to have a very eclectic panel representing a cross-section of the industry. I will introduce them briefly and then ask them to talk a bit more about their own backgrounds. Shared some questions ahead of time. First up, in the order that I have them written down, actually, Ken Naz is president of Eros Entertainment for the Americas, and as you all know, Eros is the largest Indian producer and distributor of motion pictures on the face of the earth. Ken is president for the Americas and a dear old friend. Suparna Kale is CEO of Arsenal Entertainment and Technology, a media advisor to motion picture studios both in the U.S. and in the U.S. and India, and formerly oversaw television networks for Sony in the U.S. and India and elsewhere globally. The next name on my list, and I have to acknowledge, is Arnold Peter. Arnold, unfortunately, could not make it today. This is a sentence I don't think I ever thought that I would say, but my friend Arnold of Indian descent had a surfboarding accident. Does not happen often, but Arnold sends his regrets. The good news is that attending the conference today was Ben Recchi, who is a filmmaker, prolific filmmaker, both in the U.S. and India. And on a moment's notice, Ben agreed to join us as well. And if I can say for those of you who may not know, Ben is the son of Conwell Recchi, the fabled Conwell Recchi, who I know most dearly as one of the founders of TIE. Also, a man who needs no introduction, but I will anyway, Gulshan Grover, fabled actor in both Hollywood, Bollywood, as well as internationally, and believe it or not, has made over 400 films. And what I told him is he's made 200 films since the last time I saw him, which was about 7 years ago. It's a very, very busy man. Next up is Bala Rajashek Aruni, CEO of 160H Productions, again a prolific filmmaker in the U.S. and in India, who's been living in the U.S., I guess, for about 19 years, and instrumental in making films in the U.S. as well. And finally, as a special edition, we have Akhtar Sharma, an up-and-coming actor and star who is the son of director Anil Sharma, who will begin the Q&A session as what I would call a representative of the next generation of filmmakers and performers in the Hollywood-Bollywood nexus. But before I turn the questions over to the panel, I want to answer one question, which is, what is a guy named Ken Silverman doing in the front of the room? I've been in the media and entertainment industry for more than 30 years, executive in Hollywood with Columbia Pictures and Warner Brothers, as well as my own company, and I've been involved in the Indian entertainment industry for almost 20 years. For many years representing the Tata Group here in the U.S., animation, visual effects, 2D to 3D conversion, as well as on the board of a publicly traded company. Other clients have included Annapurna Studios in Hyderabad, Famous Studios in Mumbai, and a number of other companies. I am currently head of North America for a company called Sonam S4 Consulting. We bring corporations, universities, nonprofits into India, set them up in business, open their bank accounts, file their papers, hire their people, provide offices. We have about 160 clients, including Harvard, MIT, Stanford, the Smithsonian, TJ Maxx, Unilever, Rolls-Royce, and 100 more companies that we're working with and representing in India. One last thing I have to add. I'm proud to say that I've been a member of the TIE organization for almost 20 years. And my dear friends within TIE, some years ago, because my last name is Silverman, began to call me Chandiwala. So I proudly refer to myself now as Mr. Chandiwala. Having said that, let me turn to the panel and start with Ken Naz. Ken, would you please tell us a bit about your background, what you're doing now, the U.S.-India film nexus, and where you see it going?
Good evening, everyone, and great to see everybody, and so wonderful to be here amidst everybody. As my friend Ken mentioned, my name is Ken Naz. I am President CEO of Americas for Eros International. We are basically, one of the largest distributors from India worldwide, and we do movies from all over India, especially Bollywood, but we do a lot of South Indian and other language movies all around. I've been with the company for almost 20 years. In 2016, it will be 20 years. Very proud of it. I'm always committed to expanding our markets. I love our movies. I love movies in general, just like everybody on this panel. I'm excited about the new digital revolution that's not even new anymore. It's actually already here. And, you know, our movies are shown in pretty well every country in the world, and they are being experienced now by what are called non-traditional markets. One of the questions that's always asked to me is, you know, who watches your movies? Somebody who doesn't know about our movie. And my answer to them is a lot of people in this world, and then I expand on it, that, you know, our movies are loved by, of course, people from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, you know, Caribbean islands. But on top of that, people that also love our movies are people from, you know, countries like Russia, Middle East, Germany, and now it's expanding to, you know, South Korea, Japan, and some of our movies are doing record business in places like China. One of the movies that was released recently in China did actually $20 million plus box office gross, which was unheard of. So we're all, you know, we're all excited. Lots of good stuff happening. U.S. is a great market, and we'll talk about it on this panel.
Thank you. Superna?
Is this on? No. Okay. Hi. Okay, I guess it's on. My name is Superna Kale, and as Ken mentioned, I was most recently at Sony Pictures for about 16 years, doing multiple different things for them, including working with our channels in India, including Set, Max, Sub, etc. Since then, in March, I launched my own company, global media consultancy called Arsenal. And so what we do is we provide corporate and business intel to companies both here and in India and multiple other countries as well, in terms of how to either enter India, structure JVs with India, what to do in India, etc. So at the moment, I'm working with Lionsgate, a bunch of SV, subscription video on demand companies, among others. And so it's a very, very, very exciting time, I think, for media in India. I think we're past the point where Hollywood studios have entered India. Multiple studios from India have come to the U.S. And I think now it's a question of what else can be done and what's the new level of working together. And the nexus is, as Ken said, around digital. And I think right now that to me is just, it's the Wild West in India. I just came back last week. And with multiple VOD companies, including a very successful Eros now, product out there, there's a lot to be done both between India and the U.S.
Thank you. Next up, Ben Recchi.
Hello. Yes. Okay. Thanks, Ken. My name is Ben. I'm half Punjabi and half American, and I've kind of grown up working between the two markets over the past 15 years. I started off as a filmmaker, directed a film called Waterborne with Shabana Azmi, Ajay Naidu, and Chris Masterson. Originally was working for George Clooney when I first got into the industry on a movie that he directed called Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. Produced a picture called Bomb the System that we sold to Palm Pictures, and went to India for the first time in 2008, 2009, and was working out there, amongst other things. Wrote dialogues for Amitabh Bachchan and Ben Kingsley in a film called Teen Patti. Came back, joined a company called I Am Global that was an international sales and distribution house based out of Los Angeles, run by a British man and owned by Reliance Entertainment. And I spent 5 years there, both on the sales side, selling Indian films to international distributors, and on the acquisition side, acquiring Hollywood films to release in India and across 9 territories in Southeast Asia. I left there about a year and a half ago, and I've been splitting my time between Los Angeles and Mumbai. One of the things I'm doing is a horror film producer that did Paranormal Activity and The Conjuring. A gentleman named Jason Blum has taken his model of filmmaking and brought it to India, and I oversee his slate on behalf of Blumhouse International, that's partnered with a company called Phantom Films in India, and we're doing 10 local language Hindi films based on the successful horror brand from the US. I've partnered with a producer called Guneet Monga, who did The Lunchbox and Gangs of Wasseypur. We've done a co-production agreement with Ridley Scott, the director of Gladiator and Prometheus and Black Hawk Down, to do a film based out of India on a script that they developed, and have acquired a few remake rights. And basically anything that has an international component, either UK or US, that's looking to do business in India. We've just partnered with the producers of Alice in Wonderland to do a script that they developed in India. And so that kind of nexus, as you put it, is a very exciting space, and I think there have been synergies in the past. I think if you look at just last year alone in the US, the two highest grossing foreign language films were The Lunchbox and PK. And so the two highest grossing international films in the US were Indian films. And I think that we see this trend growing more and more. And one of them, PK, obviously played to a predominantly diaspora audience, whereas The Lunchbox, 75% of the audience was non-diaspora. And so there is a chance for these films to reach beyond in places like the US. I think within India, it frankly is one of the most challenging times for the feature film industry. The satellite market has completely crashed and putting even more pressure on box office. And so there's a lot of, the studios are there trying to do business, but I think it's a very tough time. So everyone's looking at how to merge the two models. And for me, I think that where that's going is how do you build something from the ground up that will play to both audiences? It's very difficult to make a film that works in both India and internationally, but if you can cross-pollinate it with producers, writers, and talent from the very beginning, there's a much better chance of success of it working across borders. So I see the most exciting area as genre films out of India. I think that Bollywood will always have its diaspora audience, but I'm not necessarily sure that it'll grow much more beyond it, at least in North America. I think in exciting markets like China and Korea and even South America, the appetite is growing. But for me, I would love to see more action, thriller, and horror concepts that can travel because of the universal demand for that kind of content. So,
just before you go on, would you define genre films for the audience? What does the term mean?
Sure, yeah, just a specific set of parameters with story and tone, whether it's a horror film or an action film. They tend to, I come from an international sales background, and the kind of films, even from the US, that travel films because they're driven by an emotion or a spectacle rather than language. And I think, language is one of the big barriers for traditional Bollywood films to cross over, but also length of story, story structure, performance style, music. There's a lot of inhibiting factors that will, I think, keep the growth somewhat limited beyond the diaspora audience. Whereas if you look at Japanese films or Asian films or Latin American films or European films that have crossed over, they're usually really strong genre content. And I think that that's the type of film that could play to both audiences if it's done well. And I would say one of the other nexus points that's really exciting area of growth is Hollywood films releasing in India. I think this year alone, typically it was only 5% of the market penetration for Hollywood films released in India. This year alone, it's up to 12%. And there's a lot of reasons for that on a technical side, but the answer is that there's a huge opportunity for films coming into India. And I think English language is another exciting area of growth, especially in the digital space. I think that the youth in India, which is 60% of the population, is growing up in a much more even playing field when it comes to digital distribution and language consumption. They're much more open to English. And I know Ronnie Screwwala, his new company, is focused on English language content. So I think that's another exciting area of boom that we'll see over the next 10 years.
Thank you. Bala?
Namaskar. My name is Bala Rajasekharuni, in short, Bala Raj. I came to the United States in 1996 for my master's degree in theater and cinema. I was already a working television anchor and host on a couple of shows in India when I came here. I was also a working lecturer in a theater department teaching cinema and theater. My starting point into the industry, my opening was academics. I have been a teacher of acting, mainly actor training. And when I came to the US, that's why I came. I wanted to study more of what's going on here. Later on, I joined film production, started with Nagesh Kukunur. He's an Indian director who started the trend of English language films in India. I was with him on 2 of his films as an associate director and casting director. Then I came to the US and I started my own company called 160H Productions. And H sounds like maybe it's for Hollywood, but actually 160H was my house number in Vijayawada, where I grew up. So when I came here to LA, first thing I did was to set up my office. I drove on Hollywood Boulevard from top to bottom to see if there is a building or any number which is 160, so I can rent it. But I found that Hollywood Boulevard changes its name after 2000 or something, so I didn't have a luck with that. Anyways, my 160H Productions has started checking out opportunities way back in 1998. And the niche I found at that time was exchange of talent. So I was always fascinated by Asians or Indians or non-Americans trying to get into Hollywood, converting rupees into dollars. Not to just sell rupees to dollars, but invest in rupees and make your money back in dollars, pounds, and dinars. I was more interested in that. So my first 3 films were trying to get funding from India, film Bollywood Calling, Inscrutable Americans based on Anurag Mathur's novel, Rockford. All these movies were funded in India. I got funding in India. We shot there, partly here, and they were meant for international distribution. So I used to tell my producers or investors, if you put in 5 crores of rupees, you look at it as $1 million, you're investing, but you need to get your money back in dollars. Don't worry about India business. Even if it doesn't run one day in Bombay, don't worry about it. Put in the money, let's make dollars and pounds. That's the business model I had. And in terms of expertise, what I did was I started mentoring actors, technicians to come from India, Malaysia, Singapore through film commissions. I worked with them to bring them here. I brought in many talent to work in both industries. And recently I started mentoring actors too. For example, recently a Telugu star called Nagarjun, his son Akhil Akkineni is one of the celebrities in Telugu language cinema. I got him here, mentored his training in Lee Strasberg and Second City and a couple of places. He went back and they launched him as a lead actor now. His film named Akhil is running well in theaters. That's one example. And another example is sitting right next to me, Utkarsh Sharma, son of veteran film director Anil Sharma. When Anil Sharma ji and we made friends and he called me and said, you consult for actors. My son is training for directing here. He wants to get into acting. We want to launch him as a lead actor. Then I started consulting for them, and now Utkarsh is training at Lee Strasberg. He's destined to be a Bollywood star, and you'll see him pretty soon on big screen. So likewise...
could you talk a bit about where you see the nexus of the Hollywood and Bollywood film industries?
Okay. So at this point, what I'm looking at is started off with bringing dollars, rupees and making into dollars. But now what I'm looking at is there is a lot of opportunity for Indian investors and expertise like cinematographers, writers, directors and actors to get into mainstream American films and international films. So the exchange I'm seeing is from that direction, the inflow, just like you had software engineers coming here and doctors coming here. I'm seeing a lot of that now. Just like John Woo and all these Asian directors, Ang Lee, these Asian directors are doing well here. I can see a collaboration and a flow coming from that side to this side. And we always get a blame that India copies stories from Hollywood, but we have tons of stories that Hollywood can copy from us. So, for example, I brought in a Telugu film called Ahwanam, and we adapted into a Hollywood film called Divorce Invitation, and we produced it. It's with Iliad Gold and all these veteran actors, and it's there already on Netflix. So likewise, I am seeing a lot of opportunity from India and Asian countries contributing talent, expertise, and some finances also to Hollywood and get in here.
Thank you. And now, the inimitable Gulshan Grover.
Good evening. Bring you warm greetings from Bollywood and India. First of all, wishing more and more success and strength to Pravasi Divas. Congratulations and applaud the tremendous effort by Honorable Ambassador, Honorable Consul General of India, and each one of you. Thank you. This is my first experience, first time being at a Pravasi Divas. And I personally feel that the entire nation is truly proud of the Pravasis. Because in my opinion, you're the true ambassadors of India. Your tremendous contribution to this wonderful country, your conduct spreads the Indianness, and this resonates back home in India. So congratulations to all of you for being fantastic ambassadors of India. I have acted in over 450 films in India, about 27 films outside of India, Hollywood, Canada, France, Germany, Australia, and various other places. I'm sure, you all know that I'm the one who pioneered this transition from Bollywood to Hollywood. About 30, 35 years back, actors were not coming here, technicians were not coming here to make that transition. And I'm very proud of the fact that with a consistent effort and tremendous help from many, Pravasis who are now like family from here and many people from Hollywood, I was able to create a mud path between Bollywood and Hollywood. Thank you. And I'm very happy that this mud path is being cemented and followed by fantastic actors and technicians from India, be it Irfan Khan, Amitabh Bachchan, Anil Kapoor, Priyanka Chopra, Anupam Kher, and so many other directors and producers and technicians. This synergy or contribution or collaboration between Bollywood and Hollywood, I have seen it evolve. I've seen it evolve for so many years. There's a very drastic view in India from the hardcore cinema makers of India. Somewhere, this synergy, in fact, has resulted in taking a large piece of our business by Hollywood. In the first quarter of 2014, the biggest money grosser were Hollywood films. They stole our rupees, Bala. It was not rupees being converted into dollars, it was rupees being taken. In an entire month of 2015, every big hit of that month was a Hollywood film. We in Bollywood cannot compete, not just with the size and the budget that Hollywood has. It has also exposed our primitive, technicality because of the budgets that we have. We have a train sequence in a movie which is good enough for our audiences. But now today, in the next Cineplex, in the next screen, there's a large American film, Hollywood film playing, which has a budget of $100 million, $200 million, and the CGI effect and the similar kind of shot is so spectacular. So the synergy, the synergy or coming together of Bollywood and Hollywood has also resulted for the first time in us losing a large part of our business to Hollywood and other cinemas so far we have been able to compete with. But the same thing is about Bollywood as well. Let's say in our neighboring countries, whether it is Nepal, Pakistan, Middle East, Bangladesh, the might of Bollywood films is so strong that their cinema is affected, and we get a large piece of revenue from all the neighboring countries. So these are some of the observations I'd like to make right at the start of this panel discussion. And I would be able to very happily provide a point of view of somebody who's been there in all these films. My knowledge is not from the internet. My knowledge is not from imagination. I've been on the sets of a Canadian film, an Australian film, a French film, a German film, and many films in Hollywood. And of course, with the good wishes and blessings over hundreds and hundreds of films in Bollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me go back to Suparna. I've now listened to what the panelists have had to say. You started your company, I think 9 months ago, you said, and you're dealing with companies, you mentioned some of them, that are to some degree new or relatively new to India. The Sonys and Warner Communications and Viacom, and so they've been in India for years, Disney and so on. What is it that is attracting newer companies to come to India in 2015, 2016? What are they seeing that's motivating them to plant a flag in India?
I think many companies are, if they haven't already been in India, it's because they haven't quite figured out how to be in India. I think everybody for a long time has recognized that it's a massive market. And whether they've been there for a long time or a short time, the world is changing. And how to enter India in the digital world, where the barriers to entry are a lot lower. So that's definitely one place that some of my clients are looking at, from video on demand or through the cloud, content delivery, etc. So it's a very non-traditional way of going into a giant market that, just like India has leapfrogged personal computers and have gone straight to mobile, much like that, I think a lot of companies are leapfrogging the traditional television and satellite infrastructure and going straight to digital.
And Ken, taking off from what Suparna said, obviously Eros has been in India, making films in India, primarily for India and a diaspora audience. How do you see the digital revolution impacting what Eros is doing, and what is Eros doing to take advantage of what's happening?
We all agree that digital revolution is already here, and that is, and it's going to get better and better as broadband gets better and better all over the world, and especially in India. Excuse me. One of the things that is happening in India as we speak is broadband speeds are getting better, the connections are getting better, and lot more people are having, access to broadband, their mobiles, and so that is making the market grow better and better. And one of the problems that we had before was there was a shortage of cinemas, so there was a reach to the people was not there. So that's also getting better. But I think as television is television is there, it's huge, as Suparna will agree with me. But broadband is, is content at your, at your convenience. So people are recognizing that the the price points are getting better and better. And like I said, as the broadband speed is getting better, it's just making those people more access. And not only is it our movies, but American movies and all the other movies. How many of us, watch movies on Netflix which we would not have seen before? My friends will always tell me about some very special art movie that they saw that they said, hey, you have to watch this Polish movie, it's amazing. So I think the world is shrinking with the digital revolution, which is already here. So, and we're there to take advantage of it. And the one advantage we do have in India is we have over 1.4 billion or 1.2 or 1.4 billion people in the world. And that's a lot of people. So, that's a lot of eyeballs.
And before leaving you, we've in the past over years talked about the issue of piracy.
Right.
How does the digital revolution impact and hopefully improve the challenges of piracy?
Piracy is there. It's hard to get rid of it, but I think it's also about making things more accessible to people. The one advantage so far that we have over piracy on the most part, everybody wants to see the new movies. Everybody wants to see, everybody wants to read today's newspaper. They really are not interested to read, the paper that came a week ago or 3 or 4 days ago. What we can offer to them is, a content in the format like HD or the new 4K. So we can offer them because we have access to those files, or we have access to, the master drives. Whereas the pirates are just offering, in most cases bad copies, or if they are good copies, they are from some time back. They're older movies and stuff. So that's where we have the advantage. And also what people are enjoying, let's say about Eros now or some of the other things that people are doing, is, we're giving them like monthly subscriptions. So for example, for $4, $5, $6, $7, you can have a lot of movies at your fingertips, and then we're premiering those movies. So let's say a company like ours, one advantage that we have, because we buy our movies or we produce our movies, we're putting them digitally before any other format so far. So that's attracting people more and more. And again, it's hard to, put it in words, but I think we are doing a good job of fighting piracy, just for the fact that, that the quality is much better and we can put the movies out much faster.
Thank you. And Ben, you're compared to Superna, and maybe that's an inappropriate term, but Superna is working with Lionsgate as a gigantic company. It is a mini major, as we call it by this point. Your clients, Jason Blum in particular, is what you'd call a scrappy independent, although he's done extremely well. What is it that a smaller, scrappy independent American filmmaker sees when he looks at India, and what's driving him to India?
Well, I think the exciting thing about someone like Jason Blum is that he's reinvented the financial model of American films, and he's created a low-budget, mitigated risk film that will never lose money, but every 10th film will go on to make $100 million and spawn a franchise. And he's arguably the most prolific, successful producer working today. And so it's exciting to see what can happen in India with a similar model, because in India it's a very star-driven system, and there's maybe 10 people, 20 people that will greenlight your film and attract audiences. And the thing about American films is that the concept is the star, whether it's Star Trek as an IP or Paranormal Activity that has just a really scary hook. Audiences are drawn to the concept. And slowly that, I think, offers a lot more chance for innovative filmmaking, exciting theatrical experiences. And that's something that I think with a model like this that we want to try in India, to see if will people come because it's scary. And of course casting will be a big part of the process. But I just wanted to touch on the digital side of things as well, because I think there is an exciting change that's happening in India like there is around the world, which is web series and web content. just to break down the sort of financial model between Hollywood films and Indian films, 75% of the revenues from a Hollywood film comes from international distribution, 15% from theatrical, and 15% from digital. For an Indian film, 75% of your money comes from box office, and only 1% comes from digital. And so whether it's going to replace as a real revenue stream for these films is hard to see, but where there is an opportunity is for homegrown talent like AIB, who's now become the most successful YouTubers in India, who are getting paid millions of dollars in brand endorsements and have 10 million subscribers. And I think that that sort of exciting democratic leveling of the playing field is where there's real excitement for India, because you get kind of homegrown talent and putting them into web series. I know Eros now is producing original web series, and everyone's looking at ways to bring that. And it's sort of where television came from, was advertising-based content. And so there is really an exciting new opportunity, and it's just seeing what will emerge from that. And so, yeah.
Since you mentioned three things about Indian films. First of all, it is incorrect presently that only 6 or 10 stars can greenlight a film. There has been very modest content-driven films in the last 2 years. Is that correct, Eros? Eros has released some of the most successful films, whether it is Tanu Vets Manu, or whether it is the smaller films like Vicky Donor, or various films, you know. So it has changed. And these 6 or 10 people who could greenlight a film was about 5 years back.
I wanted to explain the term greenlight because this is not an industry audience. The term greenlight means that a film will get financed and made. So if you say, I've got George Clooney, the funders will say, okay, let's give that film a green light. We're going to put up the money to make that film. If you say, I'm going to make it with Chaim Yankel, they're going to say, who is Chaim Yankel? I'm not giving you any money. So when he uses the
green
term,
light means that somebody will put up the money and the film will be made. So that's changed, evolved. And of course, as you said, a large part of our revenue comes from domestic release. We make films for home consumption. We make films that are family, that talks about family value, that talks about national pride, that talks about friendship, that has songs, that has, you're missing your sister, missing your mother. These extra loud sentiments are a very integral part of our culture. Therefore, and also we are not trying to make movies for the world market at the moment. We have kind of created there are cutting edge movies, there are movies that look forward to, for example, let's say Lunchbox was made in India. Lunchbox crossed over. But there are many films after that that didn't cross over. So presently, we are looking at larger pie. Like, for example, when PK was released in China, it did $20 million. That's a larger market for us, as opposed to going the entire world and collecting very small sums, because to convince somebody to release the film, yes, we would definitely like our wonderful cinema to enter more homes in the West, seduce more people with our tremendous, moralistic values that we have in our films, national pride, friendship, family values, and our exotic, beautiful India, and fantastic songs. But presently, yes, we have not been able to crack our international or our overseas. And in fact, Eros is the pioneer in the overseas business. That's how Eros's largest success happened over the years. So definitely, it is our desire. And the third thing, web series or evolution of any kind, newer ways of entertaining people, reaching out to people and presenting. Yes, there is, India and Indian filmmakers and Indian talent is truly looking forward to newer ways. And like every other, filmmaking country, Hollywood is something that you look up to, you learn from, you ape, you steal, you take inspiration from. Some of the inspiration like AIB, in the opinion of many people, is bad in the sense that it's like it doesn't appeal to Indian sensibility where dirty words are used, abuses are said in a web series, abuses are, like said on a stage. And yes, there are many people, there are many young people who like it, there are many people who hate it and feel this is not a true representation of Indian way of entertaining. These are some of the observations, not necessarily,
Thank you. I'm going to switch horses. Bala, question for you. You've been on the set. You've been
I personally, last week refused an offer from AIB when they were coming. AIB they do this web series, and for a large part of India, it's dirty. It's gandi galiyan, gandi baatein hain uske andar. And so to a lot of youngsters and many people, it's a move forward. And I wanted to assess, do I want to do something that these people are offering? Is it going to hurt my brand? It's taken me so many years to make a dignified brand. And today, if I do something in which, like every second sentence is a bad word, do I want to associate a maker like that? So I spent an entire 2 days talking to my friends, watching what they've made, and ultimately, of course, I turned down their offer.
Thank you. Bala, you've made films and been on the set in both countries. In a broad, general way, what's the difference between how films are made in India and how they're made here? The experience of being on the set, live recording, cameras, making movies, what's the difference?
In the beginning, I started working in India, in Ramoji Film City with Nagesh Kuknur on his Bollywood calling. And in Annapurna Studios, I did Rockford with him. Then I worked on as a casting director for a movie with a director called Gunashekhar in Telugu. Then I moved to the US and I started working here and started making my own films, writing, directing, producing, co-producing, etc. The difference I notice is I'm a cusp between Bollywood and Hollywood for technicalities and logistics mainly. And also I got sucked into creative parts because some of the directors who are coming from India and they need my company's services expect me to consult on their script also. So we work on their, adapting the script into Hollywood context and all that. And they bring in like 80, 90 Indian crew members to shoot the film here, and we have to select another 80, 90 American crew and try to do a happy marriage between them for the month, like 3-4 months of the shoot. So that's when this problem comes, because the work culture in India is different, especially in the film industry. And I'm sure Mr. Gulshan Grover can tell you more about what exactly the work culture is in his perspective in India, being much more experienced than me. And by the way, he acted in my film too, and which I directed here. So the major difference I notice is the way they perceive the labor law, the kind of outlook they have on labor and the time spent translated into their income by the crew members dictates everything. That's the major difference. In India, they don't count number of hours. When I bring in Indian crew, 80 members here, and I have another 80 members from Hollywood, recently I've done that gimmick with a film called ABCD2, which is UTV, Disney India production. My company was in charge of that here. Anybody Can Dance 2, with Prabhudeva, Varun Dhawan, and Shraddha Kapoor. Remo directed that. The problem we had was this intercultural marriage between these crew members. And director wakes up in the morning at 6 a.m., opens his hotel window and says, "It's a gorgeous sunrise, I need this shot." And my line producer makes a call to all the rooms in the hotel. all American phones are off. Nobody picks up. All Indian crew members show up to the director's room in 5 minutes. Some didn't brush, some brushed, some would have had coffee, some wouldn't have even slept talking to their family in India until 3 a.m. But 6 a.m. if the director says, I love this sunrise, I want to shoot it, 80 Indians are ready. No questions asked, no breakfast, no coffee. And Americans don't return calls because according to their labor culture, they have a certain number of hours they can switch their boss off their mind. Right? But whereas in India, what I noticed from the crew members there is that they take their assignment or a project to their heart. They don't mind if the director says, like 3 hours. For example, I was working with Ram Gopal Verma recently. I'm consulting on his project now on his English film. We shot partly in India. He says, okay, I want this angle. And they work 3 hours to set up the angle. Then Ramu has his coffee and comes back and says, I changed my mind. This is a better angle. I'm so sorry. This is a better angle. He's very decent enough to say, I'm sorry. No questions asked. Everybody will reorganize in next 1 hour. If you do that in the United States, the producer fires the director. And the labor goes on a strike. So these are the issues. Mainly that's where the differences come in. They count the number of hours here. It's good for the labor, and it's a kind of business, kind of good practice. But when it comes to film industry, sometimes creativity overrules logistics, and ultimately the film which looks on screen has to be great. Otherwise, whatever law you apply, if the film doesn't run well, we are all back home. So that's a
Okay,
major difference.
before we go to Utkarsh.
Yeah, I'd like to
also-
add, had the pleasure and continue to have the pleasure of working in American films and films back home in India. In my opinion, a large difference is not only of the budget that the Hollywood films have, the sophisticated equipment, the access to great technology that just comes out, they have it on their set. Apart from this, their system, their planning, they're having a complete script and division of work with responsibility is a tremendous, worth learning, fantastic things. But back home in India, we work with limited budget, we work with obsolete equipment, we work with equipment that was good 10 years back, we work in very, very bad work conditions, But we back it up with tremendous talent, hard work, multitasking, and making sure that my filmmaker, my director, my producer must achieve what he or she has set out to achieve. And thank you. Both the ways of filmmaking are correct. And in the recent years, both are learning from each other. Yes, in an American film, on the sets of an American film, let's say I was shooting a film here in Los Angeles, and the same evening I was supposed to go for dinner to Goldie Hawn's house. So I asked my director in the morning that, my friend Goldie Hawn wants me for dinner at about 7 o'clock. He said, you should be done by about 6, and then we'll give you a production card that'll drop you to Goldie's home. Things went over. And she was calling, she says, how much more time? And he says, the director said, they have to light up this shot. As soon as they finish this lighting, I'll release you in 10 minutes. So I went up to the director of photography and the, first AD they were lighting up, and I said, how much time will it take? And can you I need to get out from here in about 30 minutes, He said, and we were friends, and he says, I love you, but this is a production question and direction question. I can't answer this. I'm going to take time in lighting this. In the sense that in India, for example, let's say if I had gone to the director of photography and said, I need to go, how much time will it take? He says, Gulshan Bhai, how much time do you have? He says, okay, I'll be very happy if you can get this done in half an hour without compromising. You have it. So people do multitasking, people do participate, and there is one-to-one relationship. At the same time, we learned from the wonderful Hollywood a complete script, division of responsibility. We learned scheduling, we learned call sheet, we learned that there is a certain time on which the film has to finish. I'll also tell you an incident. I was shooting for a French film, and one of the shots required me to jump out of the window, run on a roof, and finally jump down, which was about 10, 12 feet. They showed me this location in the day, and I said, easy, I can do it, no problem. In the night when we were filming, it started to drizzle, and that roof became very slippery. And I said, I think I'm going to fall, because the moment I run, I will fall and I'll be, like I can get injured, but I'll still do it. Maybe you can pick up this shot another day. The director said, I have today. I have to finish this sequence today. If I don't get this shot, it is not in the movie. That is how bound the director is over here. That if he has a mandate in which he has also participated of finishing 37 shots or finishing this scene, he can't come back next Friday. Possible, because the system does not allow you to do that. So both have their tremendous way of making movies. Both are learning from each other, and in fact, we are learning a lot from Hollywood in some of the things that we think is very, very worth applauding and worth learning for.
Thank you. I'm going to, before turning over, I want to tell one fast Ashok Amitraj story. Having to do with, I remember this, having to do with making an Indian film in the U.S. He was shooting the film Jeans a number of years ago, and he had his Bollywood actors in New York City and wanted to shoot a dance number. And his production people came back to him and told him how expensive it would be and how complicated it would be to get all of the licenses and permissions and clearances to shoot this movie number on a street in New York City. So somebody, clearly one of his Indian people, came up with this brilliant idea. They hired 4 taxi cabs, and they had the 4 taxi cabs come into an intersection from 4 different ends, turn off the motors. The actors run onto the street, they shoot the scene, and before the cops show up, they're done shooting, wrap it up, get back in the cab, everybody leaves. That's innovative Indian filmmaking, courtesy of Ashok Amitraj.
Well, we rely a lot on our hard work, talent, God, and jugaad.
I come to you now. You are the future. You are the young man representing Indian filmmakers, male and female, who are looking at the industry, looking at the veterans, looking at the box office and saying, this is where I want to plant my flag and this is where I want to make my career. What have you gathered from what you've heard, or what question would you now like to ask of this really exceptional panel of very accomplished individuals?
First of all, I'd like to wish everyone a belated Happy Diwali, and secondly, I'm really honored to be on a panel with such esteemed guests. First of all, I'd like to point out a statistic. In 2002, there were only 5 Indians, including Indians of American origin, who had speaking parts in American movies and television. In 2015, there are over 400 Indians, including Indians of American origin, who have speaking parts. So that's the growth that we've seen over, 13 years. And Indians like Aziz Ansari or Mindy Kaling or Priyanka Chopra, they have their own TV shows on American television today. But still, sometimes when I go to see movies where they have Indian characters, a lot of them are still stereotyped. Let's be honest about it. And I was wondering, when will the time come, or what do we have to change in our own movies so that we can show them that we have actors who can take roles that actors like Leonardo DiCaprio, Will Smith, or Brad Pitt can do, you know, which particularly do not need a certain ethnicity to perform those kind of roles. What can we as Indian filmmakers and actors do? Do we have to change the style of our films? As you were mentioning AIB before, like to appeal to a wider audience, they're just going through the hellish road, you know? Or do we completely change our cinema, or we stay really true to our roots, like in the 50s when you had people like Guru Dutt and all these people Satyajit Ray, who made a name for themselves in America? What do we do?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'd like to add on and answer some of this. You know, when I came here to act in film, 3 things that were told to me. They said, you should come and live here. You should be here, available to us for auditions and things like that. This is after having 200 films in India, a household name everywhere. And I said, why do I need to live here? When you give me a job, I'll come show up. Like how Jean Reno lives in France, works in French films, and comes and works here. Hugh Grant lives in England and comes and works here. That time Jackie Chan wasn't there. Jackie Chan lives in China and works in Chinese film. Why can't an Indian actor, a successful Indian actor, star, live in his country, work in films, and when you think there is a part for me, you give it to me and I will be here. But there was no complete reliability on us. Reliability on our timing, reliability on our commitment. It must be a cliche, or maybe that movie, The Party, or whatever, you know. And then second thing they said was there was problem about our accent. That, you know, our accent has to be, even though we play Indian, but our accent has to be like an American. Okay, I said, why do you doubt that? We play various accents in our own films. Punjabi, Gujarati, Marwadi, Sindhi, Bihari. They're like so many dialects. If we are capable of portraying that so well, it'll take a little bit of time of practice and we would be able to do American accent or British accent. Third thing was, they said, you guys, acting is very loud. It's over the top. It's in inverted commas. I said, please try and understand, these films are for home consumption. This filmmaking, this our style of filmmaking where voice is very powerful, dialogues are louder, gestures are bigger, comes from the fact that we used to have cinemas where the light was leaking, where, you know, the projection, they didn't change the carbon for many days, and the prints were shared. So the most powerful way to reach out to the audience was dramatic way of speaking, louder gestures and everything, and that kind of stayed because we're making those movies for home consumption, but we are all extremely talented, capable, trained, formally trained actors, and we could always adapt that. All these things took years and years and years for the filmmakers here to understand. But why we don't make films that would be appealing to them, that's a different business altogether. When you get a great film to make in India, your first concern is that people in India must like it. In fact, we now have difficulties that all the states of India, whether they like it or not, will it be a film for Cineplex or will it be a single screen film? And if it is a single screen film, that means you are relying on the first 2-3 days of quick this thing from single screen, and whereas the Cineplex film can sustain in lesser screens. So it is very difficult, not just for India, for any country. Let's say you look at Chinese films, you know. Don't look at Chinese films that just come here. The Chinese regular film, it has that, you know, karate, and it has that their style of acting. You look at British films, French films, you know. I mean, recently I had a wonderful experience of being at Fog Film Festival in San Francisco. Dr. Jafra is there. Are you there, Dr. Jafra? Yeah. And now I've got exposed to Philippine films, got exposed to films from various other nations in that festival. But if you look at those films, they have their individual qualities because a nation makes films first to please their audience and make sure that box office is generated from the country. Therefore, I don't think so that we are even trying to make films. We did try about 7 years back, and what it did to us was that a large part of our revenue is going to the studios from the West, because they brought their big, large, powerful films, which they dub in Telugu, they dub in Tamil, they dub in Punjabi, Gujarati and everything. And we've stopped trying because our films are not at the Grove. Our films are not in Beverly Center. It plays in Beverly Center in one screen, few shows. So therefore, we are not, as filmmakers in India, we are not trying. Younger filmmakers with wonderful ideas, cutting edge films, smaller budgets, they're trying.
Thank you. We have time for a few questions from the audience. Question? Here, take my mic.
I think my question is the fact that both Bollywood and Hollywood are contemporaries. Bollywood, in fact, makes more movies than Hollywood, at least of late. Why is not so many Bollywood actors or artists being recognized as award recipients in Oscar awards? And I'd like it to be directed to Mr. Gulshan Grover.
Thank you, Pat. The thing is, our films are not competing for Oscars. Our films fall in the foreign language territory. I mean, like foreign language category, in which there are films from various countries that are competing. And in those films, if you look at those films, some of those films which came competing for the Oscars, the performances and the film making style has been recognized and awarded. Similarly, I mean, let's say in Indian awards, an IFA, a film fair, it'll be very rare for Brad Pitt to get an award in India, although his film has done, I mean, like some of the American films do 100 crores in the first week in India. And so it is because our films are not really competing in Oscars or participating in Oscars. That is the only reason. Yes, some of the actors, like myself and like various others who are working in films here, someday, maybe not us, some younger actor would bring that Oscar and make us all proud.
Ken, Eros, do you think Oscars, when you're considering greenlighting a movie or acquiring distribution rights to a movie?
We don't consider Oscar when the movie is being made, but I always categorize, movies in let's say our movies into kind of three categories. One that is made for our audiences, traditional, as I said to you, Indian, Pakistani, Bangladesh, Middle Eastern, all the traditional audiences. Second, that are made, movies like Lunchbox, these kind of movies, which are trying to reach international audiences. And the third is which are a combination of both. And those are the ones that, we think about. No, but when you were using the word green light, or when we go into a project, we're always looking at, the prospect of its profitability. And that is, that it's got certain stars, this is the budget, the history of that star or history of that type of a story has been successful. So we, and then we're always trying we love to try new stuff. Like there's a movie that we produce called Wiki Donor. It's a movie that would not have been made in India. I mean, it's about excuse my language, like a sperm donor, and that was something that would never have been made. And we went for it, and it was one of the most successful price versus, profitability. So it did very well. So we look upon that, and each project and a lot of the movies that we produce are projects that are put in front of us. And literally the person who's doing the project literally is telling us, and then we have our own evaluation system. So somebody will come to us and say, this movie has this star, and so on and so forth, But I wanted to quickly answer a question from our young actor over there. I'm a believer, all my life that if you can dream it, you can achieve it. And I say the same thing to my daughters, if you look at movies like Slumdog Millionaires or, any of these movies, and even if you look at my friend Gulshan, who has, been done so much proud for our country, it's because, he took that step. So you just mentioned that there are 400 actors, and I read somewhere that there's a shortage of, Indian or South Asian actors in Hollywood, and there's more need because, if I could just, we all just followed the Canadian elections, and some of the people in the most powerful positions are, people like the defense minister is a Sikh, which I'm so proud of, So I think that there's a lot of opportunity. There's always obstacles. Gulshan has said amazing things, and I absolutely agree with him. But the world is changing. The world is shrinking. There's a lot more, filmmakers that are coming here. There's a lot more stories. I think people are also, one thing that our filmmakers need to understand, that the script and the story is the soul of the movie, not anything else. And as stories get better, and if you have the talent, I think you can achieve that.
Amen. Another question? Anybody?
Hi. Hey, I have the mic here.
Oh, sorry. Over here. Would you meet in the middle and share the microphone when he's done?
All right. Hey, this is Balaji here. First of all, thank you for acknowledging AIB is not our culture. I do with you. And also, second thing, Oscar is not ours. It's for foreign film. Which is really great. My question is, I come from Kollywood, not from Bollywood or Hollywood. In Kollywood, we recognize real content, and also we recognize a star power. So what makes a South Indian movie to come to Hollywood to break a star power and to make a content-oriented movies? So if you can answer me in 3 points, that would be really great.
I didn't understand what you're saying, sorry.
Can you hear me?
The mic is...
Maybe hold
Check.
it slightly further away from you.
Without mic, please.
Without mic, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. So I come from South India.
Yeah, that I understood.
We'll repeat the question for those who don't hear it. Come front.
You can hear me? So what it makes to make a cultural Kollywood movie to a Hollywood movie? So we have a gap. So we understand there's a huge gap in work ethics, but what it takes to move there. So for example, in Hollywood, they spend a lot of time in pre-production. They may spend 2 years, and when they are 60 days, it's 60 days, right? So, but what is the gap? How we can bridge that? So we have a good content. We have a lot of good contents coming in South India. If you see Malayali movies, if you see Tamil movies, we have great. For example, Eros, we had a latest Rajini movie which was flop because of the star cast, which didn't have a great content. So what it takes to bring a good content movie, which comes from South India to a Hollywood?
Well, South India, Gujarati films, Punjabi films, every other film, the broad term has been given Bollywood. It actually doesn't necessarily mean films that are made in Hindi. It's just a broad term, broad way of addressing, They're all Indian films, and they're all truly, truly fantastic. I mean, some of the extraordinary work today is being done in South Indian films, whether it is Telugu films or Tamil films or Malayalam films, their content, or even just some entertaining films. Some of the fantastic dancing, presentation of a hero and everything has been done tremendous. So there is fantastic films being made. One thing I'm saying continuously, for about last 6-7 years, we have stopped trying to make a film that will please Hollywood. We are actually concentrating on securing and making sure our position back home. We are not even trying to make a film that the entire world will see. We are going to China to get those $20 million. We are going to Japan. We are going to, as he said, Russia and various other countries, because we don't have to change our style of making. Also, you must understand this, that such large players like Reliance, my friend Anil and Tina Ambani, they funded an entire slate of films for DreamWorks. And the grapevine is the results are not profitable, or the results are not positive. I don't know how I Am Global is doing. That is also owned by my friend Anil and Tina Ambani. And various other investors from India have come and invested in projects that are made in Hollywood. So somewhere, when there will be a success from here, that you made effort by bringing money or by bringing talent, and it has shown results, there will be more people. I'm very scared that if the American films in India keep taking the revenue the way they are taking now, keep taking a large part of revenue of our Bollywood films, there may be, conferences how not to do Bollywood and Hollywood synergy, how to stop Hollywood from coming there. Honestly, I'm telling you, because a large part of our revenue is gone to 4 or 5 big franchise films, large part. In a year, let's say if we were to make $100 million or $500 million, there are years in which 300 or 350 have gone to Hollywood films. It's rupees collected at the box office that has gone there. So the large filmmakers are not really looking at creating more platforms of the synergy.
Thank you.
That's the true ground reality. They're not interested in the synergies anymore.
I've been told that we've run out of time. I wanted to add.
Okay, can I ask, or I can? That's fine with me if you don't.
Fast question.
Yes, I have a question now. The Bollywood industry is a lot bigger than Hollywood, and so far we don't see any leading actors in our Hollywood. Like Shah Rukh Khan, Hrithik Roshan. They are doing good in Bollywood, but what is the reason? Like so far, no one had done any lead roles in the Hollywoods.
I can speak a little bit about this. I recently had lunch with a major Indian actor while I was out there, who just told me he got offered the second lead to Leonardo DiCaprio film, and he turned it down. And I looked at him shocked, and I said, why did you do that? And he said, because I don't want to play the second lead. And I think that's an attitude that when someone's at the top of their league in one industry, to then take a step down, which is why I think it's even more impressive what Priyanka has done, because she spent 3 years pounding the pavement and auditioning and reading, and she actually got rejected for Quantico on the first read and went back in for the second read after her team sort of campaigned. And I think it really takes that when you want to break into sort of what's considered the global standard of the Hollywood film industry. It doesn't matter who you are from where you are in the world. I think it's amazing what Gulshan sir has done to be able to come and work here, but a lot of people out there don't have that attitude where they will take a step down to work.
I can add to this as well. First of all, Indian films have the largest eyeball. We have the largest number of people watching those films. Indian films are watched, viewed by a large number of people, as compared to Hollywood film stars. So a film star feels that, why should I go to another film and play a second lead? That's number one. Number two, be subject to where your ability is continuously questioned. That can you do this? Can you not do that? Third thing is, how many Hollywood stars have appeared in Indian films? Every time a big Hollywood film is releasing, the lead actor says, oh, I love India. I want to do a Bollywood movie. I want to do that dancing. I want to do that. Not even one have done it. Will we cast Brad Pitt in the main lead and cast Shah Rukh as the second lead? No. Like, both the stars are meant for a certain kind of audience, It'll continue. There has been many attempts to get these two together. But one is the Indian film stars are extremely popular and feel that we are so popular, why should we playing a smaller role? And the Hollywood film stars, they have such enormous salaries. Those salaries an Indian film cannot afford. So this coming together of two large film stars or coming of one big, large Bollywood star in Hollywood is going to take a long time.
I would just add quickly to that, part of it is economics too, where Hollywood films generate revenues. You get Jackie Chan starring in a Hollywood film because China is now the third largest revenue generator for Hollywood films, but India is 36th on the list in terms of where Hollywood films make money. So there's no incentive for a studio or producer to cast a Bollywood star to draw more money from India. That being said, I think Indian actresses have a tremendous opportunity, and I am hearing that there's going to be a major appearance by a major star in a huge franchise film in Hollywood this year. So, and Priyanka, and I think part of that comes again down to the economics of casting, that you can take more chances with a female actress opposite a major American star than you can a male star.
Thank you. Just to put everything quickly in context, I'm a great believer in historical context. The motion picture industry came to India and to the United States at the same time in the late 1800s, the 1890s. By 1915, India was already making more movies than the U.S. and in multiple languages. And the other thing that's interesting, and I'm guessing possibly nobody on the panel knows this, the first Hollywood motion picture studio to set up in India, Universal Pictures. Anyone want to take a guess on the year? 1916. Just about 100 years ago, Universal Pictures opened up in India, their first office. With that, like every good movie, this is over too quickly. You wish it would go on longer. Please thank our wonderful panel for a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our wonderful, talented panel. Thank you, our moderator, Mr. Ken Silverman, Mr. Ken Naz, President of America's Eros International. Thank you, Mr. Bala Rajasekhurani, filmmaker, and of course, a man who needs no introduction, Mr. Gulshan Grover, Ms. Suparna Kale, and Mr. Arnold Peters. Thank you. And Mr. Sharma, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll be looking for you in the magazines and the posters and all over the world. Who's that?
Arnold Peter.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, no, Arnold had a surfing accident.
Oh, dear.
Ben Recchi.
Ben Recchi, I apologize. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the farewell and felicitation. Prior to that, I just wanted to know, don't leave yet. If you have seen me wandering around with a big silver bowl, and I've asked you to put your business cards in, you have last chance to put your business cards in because we have a raffle, a draw for 2 round-trip tickets to India, courtesy of Air India. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your name in the bowl, and we'll have that draw. Thank you. Can you get the bowl? All right. I wish to invite His Excellency, Ambassador of India to the United States, His Excellency Arun Kumar Singh, Ambassador Venkatasan Ashok, Consul General of India, San Francisco, and Secretary Sri A.K. Agarwal for the Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, for the closing Farewell and felicitations. Thank you. Okay. So His Excellency, the ambassador will be drawing, one card. All right. Okay. The lucky winner, Bensley Newton.
Bensley
Is
Newton.
Bensley Newton here? Green Tree Incorporated. There we go. Congratulations. So, okay, congratulations. The paperwork for the prize will be given to you. I'm going to hold on to this. 2 tickets. 2 tickets, round trip for 2. Yeah. I did. Oh, there he is.
Good evening. This is the most difficult part. After 1.5 days or maybe 2 days of hectic activity, as they say, all good things must come to an end. I would first of all like to, on behalf of the Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, convey our most sincere thanks to Consul General Venkatesh Ashok and his entire team. It's not easy to organize an event of this kind, and we are really moved by your effort. Our sincere thanks to Ambassador Arun Singh, who has provided all the guidance and support to both us as well as to the Consul General. And all the wonderful participants, they have taken their time off, they have come, participated, and made this event a success. Thank you all very much and wish you all a safe trip back home. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen. Take care.
Hello. A big round of applause for our MC. Big round of applause. She's done a great job. And Mr. Ambassador, I do want to say one thing. Consul General, come on, look here. I will say one thing. This man is the most interactive person. Although he's stationed in Northern California, I bet you he knows more than 500 names in the Indo-American community. A big hand to him. And also to Dr. Srinivasa, and also to Mr. Chattopadhyay. I tell you, these guys have really made our life much easier. The service level of the Indian consulate has exceeded far beyond everyone's imagination. Another round of applause for him.
Thank you for the opportunity. It has been an absolute pleasure. And I hope you all have something special to take away from this event. Have a good evening.